We're gonna start. We're only 10 minutes late, but we've actually got 15 minutes extra in the program here, so we're going to be really pushed today. But it's great to see everybody in. Hopefully you enjoyed your little cup of coffee there. And as I say, we've got a extra little thing that was on the program for last night. We're going to do the launch of the IHMA towage, a guide to port towage for harbour masters. This was a book that has been a long time in the making. I'd just like to bring up on stage, obviously, Captain O'Regan, Mike McGee, who's been involved in the drafting of this. Michael McKenna, if you can come up on the stage, please. Naresh, you're already here. Myself is here, and Jos. Jos is not here yet. And obviously, Sabrina, if you can make it down here, it'll be great. Okay, we'll kick off anyway. Let me just introduce Paul, the president, and Paul can say a few words. If we can have the book launch slides up, please.
Thank you, everybody. It's always very difficult when the coffee starts flowing and the pastries turn up and you get off the bus. So it's difficult to get people in for a start in the morning. We had hoped to do this yesterday when we had everybody in the audience, but we ran out of time in the end. Fantastic. 2 years ago in Kuala Lumpur, after the conference, we were wondering how could harbour masters contribute to better port efficiency and management. And we had a look at some of the areas perhaps where there were gaps for harbour masters. And we identified those gaps by putting a poll out to all of our members. And we asked a simple question, 2 questions. Are you responsible for towage in your port? And do you have any guidelines, practical harbour master guidelines on how you manage towage? And we were quite surprised when many of our members came back and said, no, they didn't. There are some fantastic technical books on towage and how to carry out towage very safely from a technical point of view. And if you're a harbour master, you need that, and you'll understand it, you'll know it. But how do you actually manage towage in your port? And how do you face the challenges of licensing, of auditing, of vetting, of making sure towage is safe, crew training? And many of the bigger ports had very sophisticated manuals and understanding of that, but many of the smaller ports didn't. So harbour masters were left to find their own way. So it was an initiative started by the last president, Jos Leclerc. He's not here yet, but hopefully he will come. Contributed by a huge amount of Can we go to the next slide, please? And the next one. Yes, so we had contributions from the Harbour Masters Association, the Classification Societies, the Marine Pilots Association, the European Tug Association, the British Tug Owners Association, P&I Clubs, Federation of Shipmasters, and the Nautical Institute. So this has taken 2 years to put together. Everybody during their working time has contributed very generously with their knowledge. And we went to key stakeholders looking for the specifics. So for example, the shipmasters, we asked them what did they expect from a harbour master? What did they expect from towage? Merci, thank you. And we got the good examples from ports that had license agreements in place and good examples from ports that had good case studies that we could study. We co-opted one of our commercial members onto EXCO, Robert Allen Tuggs, in order to explain what was towage going to be in the future. How were we going to see the changes? And what we produced in the end was this. Mike, can I have that? And we are very, very thankful to Mario Diziak and their business support network here in Tanger, because the UK publisher was supposed to have these ready. It was a tight communication line and a tight printing line. We rang Mario Diziak 4 days before the conference opened to say, can you help us? We have a problem. Fantastic. We got the publication of the document done in 4 days here in Morocco. It was superb. So this morning we launched the document. There will be a digital document that will also launch. We have printed only a limited amount of copies for here today. And those limited copies are available to everybody. We will do a larger print run in the next couple of weeks, and the book will be available. We would like to present the first book to Captain Kamal in Tanger Med, and the team that have put it together have signed the book. It will hopefully be very helpful. If we go through where we start, we talk about port information, tug safety, methods of towing, communications, how you operate your tug in the harbour, the future, and the types of tugs that we're going to be dealing with as we see changes in alternative fuels, more electric tugs coming online, perhaps hydrogen tugs into the future. And I think it's going to be a really useful everyday guide for harbour masters to be able to do. And it's been quite a success for IHMA to be able to contribute to the industry with a publication that hopefully we will have in our desks as working documents.
Thank you, Captain Paul, for this document. Good morning. For us, we have not this nice book in our ports, but we have some procedures in our ports starting before the launching of our ports. So we are working with the tax company with the license agreement for 25 years, and we believe that the towage in the port is one of the key of the success for the port's call optimizations. For our fleet in our port, we have 9 tags in our port, and we continue to develop the activity. We are aware that the power of the tags is necessary, the training. The harbor master are working also. We are checking all times the technical parts for the tags. So we have some procedure for the control. And we are proud with our boat company who's working in our ports in Tanger Med 1 with Buluda, and the second in Tanger Med 2 with the company Switzer. And thank you very much for your these relevant documents that I will share with our team, that we can work together to improve the towage in our ports. Thank you.
I'm sure that signed copy will become a masterpiece in years to come. And there are copies there that there is the print run for this one. So those that are here, please take one. If you catch Paul or one of the guys, will even sign it for you. It's been a really good effort to get it done. And as Paul said, the support from Maradisiac to be able to do this since Sunday is amazing. Okay. Let's get on with the final day. We've had 2 very, very full days. Hopefully everybody's enjoyed it. And now we kick off day 3 with session 8. I would like to invite René de Vries, the Harbour Master from Rotterdam, to chair this session. And just remember that it is safety this session. It has taken us to day 3, but safety is so much part of the Harbour Master's role that we're really looking forward to this session. Thank you, René. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, it's all about safety, just what Gary said. But it's not only the traditional safety where we, as a harbour master, are responsible for, and that's what I mean with navigational safety, safety of navigation. That's why we are traditionally responsible for. But today, tomorrow, this morning, we also brought other types of disruption, like illegal trade and new energy carriers, like batteries and things like that. So I'd like to invite to the stage Niels Verlaar, Harbour Master, Port of Antwerp. Captain Mohammed from Port of Tanger. Anthony van Damme from the Waves Group. And Paul O'Regan, of course, from Port of Cork. And Captain Dave Watkins. Niels was already introduced yesterday, so another introduction is not necessary. But Niels is going to tell a story about illegal trade, but it can also be told by someone from another port, for instance, the port of Rotterdam or port of Hamburg or another port that's handling cargo from Central and South America. Because I think we all face the same challenges on this subject. Dus Niels, please, and I don't know if I'm responsible for time management, but if I am, you have exactly 6 minutes. No, that's just kidding.
Take the time. Can do. Thank you. A good morning again. To start on a cheerful note, we're going to talk about organized crime in ports, a topic which you might think is none of our business. Whenever I speak about organized crime and illicit trade in ports, I very often hear the comment, well, this is for the police, this is for Justice Department. What I'll try to do in the next 5.5 minutes is to prove to you that, or to argue at least, that we have a role to play in organized crime, well, or in the fight against it, foremost, and that we can play a role there, especially as a harbour master, being halfway somewhere, depending a little bit between police and the Port Authority itself. And the problem is far more serious than you might think. It's not only about Antwerp, Rotterdam, it's not only about cocaine, it's also about hashish, it's also about human trafficking, it's also definitely also about wildlife trafficking. There's arms trafficking, you name it, and there's kind of an illegal business. And if you look at these figures, they're stunning. Of the global GDP, about 1/3 is in the illegal economy, is in the dark economy. And if you look at these numbers, don't take them too serious. It might be half more, it might be double more. We are looking at very dark numbers here. So what we see are just little points in the sky, but there are far more stars up there. Illicit trade value is estimated around $2.2 trillion US dollar. Enormous amounts. Half of the counterfeit goods pass by containers. Criminal organizations are active in large percentages of ports. This comes from an Italian study, but you can also project it to other ports around the world. There are the notorious stories from the Yakuza, from the triads, the different mafias in Europe, but also in the Americas, where they are active, the drug gangs, where they infiltrated ports. Remember already in the 1950s, the story from the Cosa Nostra in New York, which had really infiltrated in the dock workers in New York. And okay, in New York, they managed to reduce that problem. In Italy, they managed to reduce that problem, but there are still organized crime groups infiltrating. And it gives a stigma to ports. Ports, by their nature, by what we do, and let's say nearly every criminal activity has a logistical component. Whether it's stealing paintings, whether it's moving drugs, there is always a logistic component, because somewhere there is something which you want and you don't have. So if you steal it, you have to move it anyway. That's a very simple explanation, but basically there is a lot of logistics in there. And ports, by the nature of what we do, namely that logistic handling, and by how we do it, very often in informal ways, handshakes, and well, I would not say in contrary, but in addition to what we saw of technology the last 3 days, ports are people's business. We work with people among each other. We wheel and deal among each other. And that is, of course, a beautiful environment for criminal activities also to take place. Unfortunately, ports, in some of the literature, are called magnets for crime. To show you, and I blanked the port's name off because there's no use in finger pointing here, but these are articles that come from all over the world. The upper one that you see is a port board member who was involved in corruption, heavy corruption, mafia-style corruption. There are a few pieces on the typical drug use that we see. There is intimidation in there. There are articles from Africa in there. There are articles from North America, South America. You see, it's happening everywhere. It's happening all around the world, and it's happening on all kinds of levels. The guy you see there, you can visit him in the afternoon between 2 and 4, mainly, in the city of Antwerp. He used to be the PFSO of one big terminal. And before that, he was actually a police officer. He's jailed now because he was heavily involved in drug trafficking. So we see it on all kinds of levels. And if we look at crime in ports, we must distinguish between two typical drivers, I would say. And on the left hand, you see the illicit trade. And the purpose of illicit trade is to move goods. This is actually transport economy in the way we know it. We know from when we talk with in South America, when we talk with these parties, when we talk with police officers, we know that this is really, they do shipping the way we do shipping with telephones and jeans trousers and fruit, and that's a logistic process. The illicit traders, the drug gangs, they have brokers, forwarders, shippers, you name it. That's just trading like we know it. And they need a very good, very efficient, and preferably a large port, because that helps in hiding stuff, right? They use ports as a doorway to their hinterland. On the other hand, and that is more the mafia style that we know, is governance. That's where organized crime groups try to infiltrate to extort money from it, whether it's in the infrastructure building, whether it's in the construction work, whether it's in the whatever. They try to extort money from that port. The most notorious example there in recent years is the Italian port of Tanger, which was completely infested by organized crime. Today, there are very interesting articles on that in Italian from the Senate. There was a Senate commission in Italy. They successfully reduced that problem and they got it under control again. But in the 1980s and 90s, Tanger was really a mafia port. And it was drained from money. It was not successful because exactly all the money, all the profit went to organized crime, more than anything else. What we look at when we talk about illicit trade is the first part. That's really where ports are just doorways to the hinterland. And I always like this picture. This is the picture that our commercial division uses to say, well, come to Antwerp. Yeah, that's a general statement. Come to Antwerp, please, with your goods. Come to Antwerp because we have 60% of the consumer market. In Rotterdam has a similar picture, and they say 3 million consumers within 3 hours, 10 million consumers within 8 hours of the port, 500 million consumers within 24 hours of that port. And you can make similar, we all have similar pictures like this, right? We all have them. It's our hinterland. Let me put another picture next to us. This is the cocaine consumption in Europe. It's the hinterland. It's the same hinterland. That's why it passes through Antwerp, through other ports in the neighborhood. The ports, when we talk about wildlife, why are the ports, and I don't know the South African ports, Tanzania, why are those typical ports for wildlife? Well, very simple, because the lions and the rhinoceros are in their hinterland. That's how you get them out, right? If you have armed conflicts in your hinterland, well, you're likely to have weapons illicit trade, right? It's not difficult. It's really simply economics. Illegal economics, but it's economics. So that's connectivity. If we look at how this is done, what we see, and this is just the example from drug use, from drug trafficking actually, you see that you need personnel. It depends on the modus operandi. If you stick things to the bottom of the ship, you will need divers. If you put things in containers, you need somebody to tell you where the container is. You need guys or girls to get it out. But mainly, unfortunately, it's guys to get it out. Organized crime is a male business. You need truck drivers to move the containers, but if things are dropped overboard from a ship, then you need fishermen or you need pleasure craft to pick it up. That's what we see in the North Sea recently, as the doors in Rotterdam, Antwerp are closing more and more. So you can use all kinds of people, and that's here is where I put my point in. Who knows this best? That's not the police. What we see when we talk to the police is that very often they have no clue about the logistics behind it. It takes them a long time to study. I'll come to examples in a moment. If we look at port disruption and how this is affecting our ports, that's where I stumble upon people who say, well, it's none of our business, it doesn't hamper us. And we said that until 2018, we in Antwerp said the same about cocaine. Well, it's coming in, it's going out, we don't see it, and the customers don't complain. Right? What's the problem? But actually, it does affect us tremendously. If you look at the operational part, and I think it's the same in Tanger, if somebody somebody runs on the terrain of the container yard, all operations will be stopped immediately, right? But you can imagine the cost of all operations being stopped immediately on a quay of 2, 3, 4 kilometers. Hundreds of dock workers having to stop, having to retreat, waiting for customs, waiting for police. There's an enormous cost involved in that. There's efficiency losses because, well, in the ideal world, there is no crime and there is no need for scanning containers. But every scan takes a few minutes, a few costly minutes. It affects your commercial position as a port. There's social unrest. We feel that in Antwerp, that dock workers don't trust each other anymore. They don't know what they're busy. Somebody gets a new car. Where did he get that car from? Maybe, well, people don't trust each other. And that social relation starts falling apart. Very important. In the economic domain, well, what we have when we say, well, we will increase scanning, then many of our ship owners will say, well, then we go to another port. That's why we started with Rotterdam, with Hamburg, we started cooperating to say, well, we do not have competition on safety or security. We want to collaborate on that. Exactly that. There's the additional cost for prevention. If I look at here in Tanger Met, all the hardwire, the cameras, it must cost millions. I know some of the figures in our port, we talk about easily 10 million euro just for the wiring, for the fencing, and we haven't even talked about security personnel, etc. These are all costs that enter your port one way or the other, that affect your port. And in the policy domain, there's your reputation. When I come abroad, and especially in the United States, and we say, hey, I'm Port of Antwerp, its reputation gets affected at some point. So the attractiveness for workforce, very big problem. It's already hard in Europe to find the right people to come and work in a port, but if the terminal has a reputation of being infected or affected by drug dealers, then it becomes even more because people don't want to work for drug dealers per se, right? And we even see already introduction and infiltration in schools, in logistics schools, where they put their guys to learn about the logistics. Right? Now, what can we do then? And there is no single answer for harbor masters. It's very difficult. It depends on your authority in your port. It depends on your ecosystem, if you want. It depends on your relation with the local police officers, with the local prosecutors. But what we found in Antwerp, I think also in Rotterdam, is that if you start to have a relation with your police officers, with your prosecutor, things can go very rapid and things can start moving and improve, because this is not getting you, yes, it is getting you more work, but things are improving on your reputation, on your cost. And sometimes it's about very stupid things. At some point, just to make my example, the police came to us and they asked, is it possible for you to tell us a few days beforehand when you will have a vessel coming from Latin America? There you have it. And there you have it every day in your mailbox, twice. It's a big question for a police officer, generally, to know where ships come from. They can find it out. They have ways to find it out. But it takes them energy and time. If we send them that little email, they have it right in front of their nose. What they do with it, their business. There's the secret of investigation, etc., etc. There's confidentiality. But at least they know what's coming at them. We had another question. If a ship is going to key 123, and 3 weeks later it's coming back, it's going to key 123. 3 weeks later, 123. 3 weeks later, 321. Can you flag that? Yeah, half an hour work for us. For them, it's a mountain of problems. So just bringing them, giving them that information that they can use in their investigations is already very interesting. When we talk about technology, ship is saying I'm moving from A to B, but in the meanwhile it's doing C, D, and E. Well, those are flags that might be very normal. If it's a bunker vessel, it's normal that it's doing this and that in your port. But it might also be a sign that something is wrong. Small fishing boats going to a big vessel could be to sell fish, yes. Been there, done that. Could also be to take packages coming from South America. So active collaboration, ensure the implementation of the ISPS. Again, for example, in Italy, it's not the business of the harbor. Well, it is the business of the harbor master, but the harbor master is of the Coast Guard. That's another story than in our case, for example. So we have to look, what are my authorities? Who am I dealing with here around? Establishing a crime-focused security policy, due diligence. Think of the crime in your neighborhood. Think of the crime in your hinterland, and think of how that interacts with your port, and you'll already get a long way. And then trying to engage with your port community. Like I said, go up to the prosecutor, and the first time, and we have seen that in our fusion port, is that the prosecutor says, oh, wait, I don't even know what you're doing here. But you can at least present yourself, and sooner or later they will find you. So, conclusion. The role of the Port Authority and the Harbour Master is not to be yet another police force. I don't think crime fighting is our job. What we can do, however, and what we, in my belief, should do, is bringing people and needs together and just making sure that you engage with these people, that you know what their problems are. You're the perfect link also between the commercial divisions of your port and those authorities, those police authorities, where there's a very large distance. I don't say it's possible everywhere. I don't say it's easy, but I am convinced we can make great steps in the fight against organized crime in our ports. Thank you.
Thank you, Niels, for this interesting story. Our next speaker, he's our host, Captain Mohammed Amin El-Fatmi. He's holding a bachelor degrees from the Antwerp Maritime Academy, and later on he qualified for Master Mariner at the Higher Institute of Maritime Studies in Casablanca. And now, as I said, he's the director and harbor master for the beautiful port of Tanger. And he's going to tell us something about digitalized management and hazardous goods. Thank you.
So I have my laptop. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I wish you have enjoyed Tanger City during these 2 days. I'm really delighted to be among you today to talk about the way we are managing dangerous goods at Tanger Med Port. So the handling of the passage of dangerous goods at Tanger Med Port is done according to the IMDG regulation, national law, and port regulations. So before starting operation at Tanger Med Port, we conduct a safety and risk study to set up condition of the passage of each class of dangerous good in all the ports, in all the complex ports. As a result of this study, we have set up a dangerous good handbook, which we call it Port Dangerous Goods Regulation. So this document set the condition for passage of each class of dangerous goods in terms of permissible quantity, safety measures, storage condition, handling, and traffic flow inside the port. So in our strategy, we want really to control the dangerous goods all inside the perimeter of Tanger Med. Also, all the transit, import, and storage of dangerous goods must be declared to the Harbor Master Office. So we have 3 ways to do it. The first one is done by maritime agent. So maritime agents is compulsory, as you know, for all ports. It's compulsory to declare dangerous good manifest for the port calling for the vessel calling at the ports. So before arriving, so they made it on port management information system since the opening of the port. The second way is done by the freight forwarders. So we need to know exactly when the dangerous good entering to the port and exiting from the port. And the third way is the most important, is done by the port operators. So by receiving a daily IHMA storage reports from all terminals and storage area. So why it is the most important for us, this declaration? As you know, Tanger Med is a major transshipment hub. So we have a lot of containers or dangerous containers staying in the yard for the container terminals, and we know exactly where they are stored and what is the quantity and what kind of IMO class. For your information, for each container terminal, we have at least 100 dangerous good container stored in the terminal. We have 4, and so you can imagine the number and the quantity of containers. So when we started in 2007, we managed it manually by receiving from terminal daily IMO storage reports. So we receive Excel sheets with all the information we need. So we have number of container, IMO number, ONU number, dwell time, and also the position of the container in the yard. But you can imagine with this Excel sheet, you cannot do a lot of things. You cannot control. You cannot be sure if all the rules and are respected. And after that, and to ensure compliance with the condition of passage, we conduct a periodic inspection by port officers or by safety team, which go on the terminals and check if the container in the right position or not. Since the major expansion of Tanger Med, moving from 3 million to more than 7 million containers, we changed our strategy by implementing a digital solution. So first we were seeking to acquire this solution on the shelf, but we have some contact with some providers. They told us there is no solution for port authorities. It does exist for port terminals, but not for port authorities. And we know that all terminals, they have their TOS, and it's a model integrated inside the TOS. So it took near 2 years to start using and to develop it internally. So I have many thanks to our team project from Harbor Master Office and also for IT department. They were really helpful for us and to support us, because first we were just dreaming to have a solution which integrates all the terminals, but they make our dream reality. Thank you very much. So this is how the solution it looks. It's really simple for us because as we develop it internally, so we will use, I think, 100% of what is developed. If you purchase or you acquire a solution, on-the-shelf solution, maybe you will use 50 or 60% maximum. But for us, we are sure that we will use all this application, all the section of this application, and the engineer developers are really happy that we will use them. So we can start here. I will just give you a brief overview about what this solution can help us. So we can make search of by container number. We can have situation of one terminal or all terminals. We can also make search by ONU number and by date. So if we have this is a situation of all terminals. You can see on the left column, this is the name of container terminals, number of container. We have IMO classes, ONU number, and the most important is the position in the yard. So this is really what we want to control is to have the real position, as if there is any incident, we know exactly what is inside the container and what are the safety measures to protect our first response team in case of fire or something like that. We have also dwell time. So the dwell time of dangerous good at Tanger port maximum is 30 days. I know that there are some ports which only allow 10 days of dwell time. So I think we give enough time for maritime line to transship the dangerous good from our port. And it is important to have or to control also the dwell time and to have automatic system that give us alert if the dwell time is overpassed. So here's some example of the dwell time overpassed. For this one, 38 days. So this solution gives the alert automatically and email notification in case of the rule if it's not respected. So we have the second section is about passenger port. So the same principle. We have situation of all dangerous cargo inside the terminal, passenger terminal, and we have also the position which is stored. So we didn't say only for containers, but we have add also some storage area like gas terminal, and we have situation of the gas terminal. So number of tank, type of product, quantity, and maximum quantity allowed. So it's very important for us to have this information exchange data automatically. So at the moment we have 3 exchange data per day. We hope that we can go till the exchanging or the updating every hour. So it will challenge my colleagues from IT department. But we want to have the last situation in case of an incident. For hydrocarbons terminal, the same. So we have number of tanks, type of product, quantity, etc. This is Certego is the name of the MARPOL installation. So it's already integrated in this system. We have all the quantity on the real time. The last one is the logistic free zone. So Tanger Med, inside the port, we have logistic free zone with a lot of logistic operators. So as they are inside the perimeter of the port, so it's compulsory for them to comply with all dangerous good regulation. So they must declare all import, export, or storage inside their warehouse. And we give if there is some special demand, we can give the authorization for them to store or not. So with this tree section, we have all main operators and terminals are controlled. So to have the control of all the perimeter, we need to add some zones inside the port, which are not port operators, but it's zone managed by Tanger Med. The first one is import access. For the moment, we have 7 hectares of surface of ports import access. In the future, we will have 40 hectares. So it's really important to add this zone to control what transiting inside. For the export SAS, for the export zone, we have 17 hectares. So also it's important. It's very big surface. So we have to control what transited inside. And the final one, or the railway terminal, which is also inside the port. We need to have all the information inside. So by this 4 section, we cover the perimeter of all the ports, and we hope really to do it really automatically, because the number of okay. So just to summarize, the key benefits of this solution is the automatic checking of all segregation rules if they are respected. So we trust on the system that are installed also by container terminals, but it's a kind of a double check to see if the segregation rules are respected. The second key benefit is to know if the IHMA class is already allowed to be stored in the terminal. The third benefit is the storage quantity allowed. If the storage quantity is overpassed, so we will get the alert and the email notification. And the final one is the maximum dwell time. So this is, I think, it's very useful for our harbor master officer to control and to track every dangerous cargo inside the port. So this is phase 1 of the application, so of our digital solution. It's already operational. So phase 2, it's more challenging for our colleagues from IT, because we want to have interactive map of dangerous goods that give us a real situation of all the ports. So we want to have, so the message is going directly to our IT department. So we want to have the position of containers with green if there is no problem. So we will just click on and we will have the information about the container. And for the containers with the problem of dwell time or exceeding quantity, we want to have it in red, and then it will be easy for us to make intervention for that one. The dwell time is 39 days, so it's overpassed. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Captain Mohammed, for this very interesting presentation. We were here in 2019 with the European Harbour Masters Association, and it's fantastic to see what has happened the last 5 years. and that safety and security is still top of mind. Fantastic to see. Thank you very much. The next speaker, Anthony van Damme, representing the Waves Group. And he has done it all. He's been a marine pilot, marine superintendent, harbor master, and even, I read, he is an expert. He's an expert for cases in Danish court, as well as appearing as an expert in the court of Rotterdam. So now I know who to call when I'm in trouble. And Anthony is going to wish us luck, but luck in cases of accidents. And luck is something we can use now and then. So Anthony, please come to the stage.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. So, lithium-ion battery fires, we probably have all seen it in the news. I just want to start off with a little bit of a legal disclaimer. You're going to see pictures of a live case where we are personally, well, our company, Waves Group, is involved. The pictures you will see are actually taken from the public domain. They're not our own pictures for legal reasons, because our pictures are going to end up in court one day. Also, if you have any questions about this particular case, I'm not prepared to answer them, so I just want to make that very clear. So, lithium-ion battery fires. There's myself, not going to dwell too much on it. The man above is Paul Coates. He's our hazmat and fire expert within the company. Paul has started his career in the Royal Navy, went to Hampshire Fire Brigade, which is basically covers Southampton and Portsmouth area. And he does a lot of hazmat and fire training for STCW, OPITO, which is the offshore industry, and also for private clients. So your super yacht clients have asked him, container shipping lines, etc. Lithium-ion batteries. How many people have an iPhone or smartphone on them? Yeah, everyone. I've got 2. Yeah, they're all lithium-ion batteries inside. But we also see them more and more as our standard AA, AAA batteries. We see them in our laptops. Everyone has a laptop today with them. There's a lithium-ion battery inside. We see them in a car, and then more and more we'll see them in power solutions for storage, or indeed, in this case, the 40-foot containers can be put on board a ferry, and I believe that is already the case in Scandinavia with a particular ferry company. So they come in all shapes and forms and sizes, but they're all built the same. Inside, a lithium-ion battery is constructed the same. Lithium-ion batteries, we find them in containers. That's how you get 4 cars in one container. But an increasingly more problem is we're going to find them in containers carrying scrap or scrap in bulk, where they are end of life, get disposed of. And as when I was a harbor master, I at least had 1 fire in my port that was attributed to a lithium-ion battery. So, what is different about a lithium-ion battery fire, you wonder? Lithium-ion batteries do not like to be damaged in any shape or form. How many people have dropped their mobile phone today? No one? How many people have ever dropped their mobile phone? And how many people have gone like, oh, I hope my lithium-ion battery is okay? 1. Make it 2. Mechanical damage. They do not like to be, stressed in a mechanical way. Electrical abuse, overcharging. Just quickly, when I go offshore, so I still go offshore as marine warranty surveyor, I am flying out of Norwich, and I'm no longer allowed to have these on board the helicopter because they're constantly on charge. A lithium-ion battery charging another lithium-ion battery. Not allowed anymore. And thermal abuse, so overheating. What happens? The cells break down and they start to produce a gas. Fire triangle, everyone. You need heat, you need a fuel, you need oxygen. Mix the 3 together, you get a chemical reaction, you have fire, yes? Lithium-ion vapor has all 3 of them, and the battery produces the heat. So you have oxygen, so once the process starts, it produces its own oxygen. And then it also produces a little mixture of gases. Something very friendly called hydrogen, cyanide, ethylene, and carbon monoxide. And your oxygen, of course, and your heat. And that is where the problem starts with lithium-ion battery fires, is that mixture of gases and the heat makes it just a perfect combination, and it's a little chain reaction that happens. This is from the Australian Safety Board. It gives you a little bit of an overview of what actually happens. So once the cell gets damaged, it starts this little propagation within the battery cell. And you hear popping and whistling noises. Bubble gum, cherry bubble gum. How sweet of them to make some nice smells as well for you. And you might start to see some projections coming out, so your car bits start to fail and start to shoot out. And then you get your vapor cloud. So it can be a light or a dark color of vapor. It's not burning, this is not combustion. This is the vapor that the battery is releasing now under high pressure. And that two things can happen. Approximately 95% of 95% of the cases, it produces a jet-like flame. High intensity, high volatile flame with a reach of up to 10 meters. Keep that in mind, 10 meters, please. Yeah. Or it can give a buildup of gases within an enclosed space, for example, the car itself, and then the pressure becomes too high and it explodes. Now, this is what a jet flame fire looks like. So this is what comes out of the side, of the underneath of a car, for example. And if you look on YouTube, you'll find all sorts of videos about this as well. Ships and also port, your car facility areas, a lot of it still depends on things like Tanger systems, CO2 systems and foam, expansion foam systems. They are not really that helpful with the car fire. So the CO2 relies on displacing oxygen and replacing it by the inert gas. Oh wait, it produces, of course, its own oxygen. So that's no good. The Tanger system, fantastic. I sailed on ferries. We heavily relied on it. Comes from the top, falls down, little shower of water. The problem is your battery, where is it bolted on your car? It's not on the roof, is it? It's at the bottom. And then you've got the foam system. The foam system is probably the slightly better one because it displaces the oxygen temporarily and it knocks down the flames a little bit. It buys you time. It doesn't solve the problem. CO2 in a container hold. Number 2 container there has your lithium-ion battery. That's where your fire is. The CO2 comes down from the top, sinks to the bottom because it's heavier than air. It displaces the air. It doesn't even come anywhere near the fire, so that's another problem. Lithium-ion battery, the lithium itself can burn up to 2,000 degrees. So that's how high potentially your temperatures can go. The picture on your right-hand side is what we would describe as a tiny vapor cloud explosion inside a container. You will note how it's bulged out. It's not a perfect picture, of course. It's bulged out. You see the crew trying to get a spike in, to get water inside to start cooling down whatever is happening inside. That is problem number 1, that they're standing on a lashing bridge as well, so they're high up above the deck in a very narrow space. There is another hidden problem now if you're on a container ship. That container very likely has damages inside. It lost its integral strength, and therefore you have to start thinking stack collapse. So back to our car carriers, because we like talking about cars because they will be prettier pictures to look at later on than a burned out container. And that's basically the visualization of the problem with car fires. So number 1 is where your battery is. That's where all the heat sits. That's where you need to cool down. You get your vapor cloud inside in the car. You get vapor clouds going outside. You've got your jet flame coming out. You've got your Tanger system cooling from above. And it is not very effective because it doesn't come anywhere near it. And now we see the example of another tiny vapor cloud explosion. In the red area, you will see the top deck of a casualty of the Fremantle Highway. And what we suspect is the signs of a vapor cloud explosion. That deck has lifted about 2 to 3 meters. Yeah. Note where the lifeboat is. I don't know if everyone knows the story, but half the crew decided that their better option was to jump in the sea. Sadly, one person lost his life. The other thing that you need to know about car carriers is on top of that deck also runs services like the fire mains. They are completely out of action now. Your fire main, your foam lines, they were all running on top of that deck. So that is the problems that seafarers face. But similarly, if you have, in your car compounds, if you have multi-story cars, storage, you will have a similar problem because you're probably still relying on the Ranger system protecting you. So how does it all start? We have a fire. We've got a couple of electric vehicles surrounding it. The fire doesn't have to start in an electric vehicle. Electric vehicles, they're not more likely to get fire. They just burn differently. EV1 gets into the thermal runaway, and so does EV2. EV1 starts to emit flames. Crew or ashore, you release your firefighting medium. You kind of buy yourself a little bit of time, but you're still venting off the gases. You're still releasing that oxygen, hydrogen, cyanide. Everything is still coming to the top. Your temperature, you still haven't cooled it down because your foam is not cooling it down enough. So you still have your whole fire triangle present. You bought yourself a little bit of time. The gases keep on building up until you have, boom, vapor gas explosion. And this is what salvors, and when we did the fire investigation, this is the kind of scenes that we were confronted with. Yeah, what can I say? There are some Porsches there, by the way. Top left is a Porsche. There's 2 Porsches there. Anyone want to? All the rest, as you can see the brake discs. Brake discs are made of steel. Where's the alloy wheel? So we already know that that fire has at least reached 750 degrees. High temperature fires. Cars these days, especially at the higher end you go, the less steel you have on the car. So a lot of the carbon fibers and so they were burned. Yeah, there's nothing left. That ash is toxic. That is nasty stuff, people. That is cancerogenic. That is not going to be good news for you. Within hours, the manufacturers of the car were on the quayside to warn salvors about this. Now, the fire is out. Has the problem been resolved? Far from it. Here we see a car that's 3 weeks later came out of the vessel's hull, but the battery was still at an elevated temperature. There was still a risk, so they drop it into a water bath to cool it down, and that's basically the only thing you can do with it. It's cool, take one element away, and then it stops the chemical reaction of the vapor. So now this fine vessel is on your way to port, or you have it in port, you have yourself an emergency. So you can expect a multi-agency response, local and national interests, international interests even. You have pollution, you have security risks. The salvage team itself will be all over this because there's a salvage lien on it now, so it's the property of the salver. They want to get their money back for all their effort. And of course, the media and public stick to media protocols. When we went to Eemshaven, we even had family picnics going on outside the perimeter fence. What do you do on Sunday in Eemshaven? Just go and have a picnic and look at a burned out ship. So how can you prepare yourself? Well, you have your emergency procedures, but ask yourself, are they fit to deal with this? It took salvors a week to telephone around to get contractors in that could deal with certain aspects of their casualty. Your oil response, well, it always focuses on oil response, but how does it focus on your chemical response? And of course, your security plan. We hear it throughout this week already, a lot talk about the environmental aspect. As I said, salvors, they had a really handful on finding someone that would deal with the acid water that was now sitting in ballast tanks that was used for the firefighting. They had to pump it out, they had to store it ashore in IBCs, they had to get rid of it. It took a week before they actually found a contractor that could deal with it. And they needed to have that because before any of the cars could come out, they needed to be washed. So they needed to have capacity to get rid of their washing water because everything is contaminated with carcinogenic dust. So waste disposal, another big thing, a big challenge for you. Are you ready? Are your normal contractors happy to take on this waste? So these are the kind of questions that I invite you to ask yourself right now before you get that knock on the door or the telephone call from your Coast Guards or so. And then there is the choice of your berth. Once you get into these situations, as I said, there's multi-agency response there. You need welfare facilities, you need office facilities for salvers. You need your craneage. Your normal Ro-Ro berth is not going to be up for it. You need mooring systems because there's no power. So the only thing they can do is put a line on. So you still need to have lines tensioned up. So those are all things. Do you have a berth in mind where you can say like, well, it is okay if that berth is out of commercial action, you'll get money, but out of other commercial action for 4 weeks, 2 months, do you have a berth ready? Because it's not an overnight job. It's not going to disappear off your plate. So I have a berth in mind that you say like, well, that's a commercial berth where I can do craneage and things like that. That's not going to hinder the rest of my operation. Make sure it's away from public view. We were talking yesterday, the lady with the drones and so, there were drones flying everywhere. There was more footage already online that we could, before we got to the casualty. So that is the end of my presentation. I hope you enjoyed it. At Waves Group, we do a lot of consultancy work, a lot of legal work. So if you're interested in what we all do, look us up, and I'm happy to answer any questions at the end of this session. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Anthony. And now I understand you wishes us luck after this horrifying story. The next speaker with a sort of mysterious title. Port disruption has many guises. Paul, and I don't think there's anyone in the audience who don't know who Paul is and what he's been doing for the past couple of years. So, Paul.
Thank you very much. Some days you just get lucky, and I have been very lucky this morning that Niles was up in front of me and has set the scene for my presentation, which is fantastic, and set the macro. This is I guess as we flow through port security risks and the disruption that they can have in ports, what harbour masters may deal with on an everyday basis. So I'll run you through a quick story from my own port, which we're currently still dealing with. Before I do that, I would just remind you, as Gary has reminded me, to say that Slido is available for any questions that you want. We can see that the key challenges facing port management, they're well set out. We've automation, digitization. We've heard about all the regulatory controls. Today, it's about cybersecurity and physical security in particular, and the interruptions that they can cause. The costs, that was an interesting comment that was made this morning by Niles. Sometimes, because we've been accepting these costs for so long now, they become part of the day-to-day running of the business, and we don't do as much as we should to try and reduce those costs. We try and reduce our labor costs and our technology costs, but we take our eye off the ball when it comes to security sometimes, because we tend to think it's somebody else's role to actually do that. But the costs are phenomenal, and they are huge and growing. This might seem funny. I picked it out of a presentation from somebody else that I attended in Rotterdam a couple of weeks ago. Instead of cocaine being found in bananas, it was now bananas being found in cocaine. There's so much of it flowing into Europe, which most of the audience thought was funny. I didn't particularly think it was that funny. When we talk about container terminals, and Cork is a small port, so we run our own container terminal. We have the everyday issues of dealing with security risks on our container terminals. The going rate at the moment in Cork for information on a container is €1,000. It's the easiest money anybody's ever going to make, and probably the most dangerous money they're ever going to accept. So we spoke earlier, and Hashim spoke about the location of the containers on the terminal. Our TOS will tell us where every container is in our terminal. Our staff have access to our TOS. Many other people have access to our TOS. So the going rate is $1,000 for somebody to tell somebody else where the position of a container is, or even worse, to reposition a container someplace convenient within a container terminal that criminals can get access to it. So it's become quite an issue. One of the things that we did do in Cork from a practical point of view was we had a fear that our staff were perhaps not involved, but under threat, where you could get tiger kidnappings. Somebody's family is held for ransom or under threat, and they're forced to give information about the port. So what we did a number of years ago was we gave the police and the customs direct access into our TOS systems so that they could profile the boxes and they could block any boxes from release that they wanted to, and we wouldn't know about it. So it safeguarded, we think, some of the staff. However, this story isn't particularly about container ships, but it is about the movement of drugs. And this is a 22-year-old bulk carrier, 190 meters long, 30,000 tons. She was sold, and very easy to just go online and get the history of the vessel, in 2019 for $6 million. She changed hands again in August 2023 to a Marshall Island-based company called Matthew Marine Limited. Vessel operator was called exactly the same. The vessel was registered in Panama. They bought the vessel. She was in class. She had insurance. She was crewed. She hadn't carried cargo for a few months. And then they changed the crew, sailed the vessel from Curacao to Cork. We can see the track. This is widely available in any media outlet you want because it was reported upon. And on the morning of the 26th of September, I'm sitting at a management meeting. Luckily, the chief executive was beside me. I get a call from the head of Marine and Customs in Ireland to say that they've been tracking this vessel. They know that there's possibly a large amount of narcotics on board it, and that they had enacted a change in national legislation so that they could seize the vessel just outside Irish waters, which was quite interesting. This is how much of a multi-force collaboration this was, not just in Ireland, but right across Europe when they were tracking this vessel. And of course, he asked our permission to bring it into the port, which is a funny way of putting it because you don't have too many choices usually when the National Administration asks your permission. So luckily my CEO was sitting beside me. I was able to have a quick conversation with him. Saying no was not an option, obviously. So saying yes was our only option. So the ship was boarded by helicopter. You can just see it here with some very elite army soldiers. Also by the Navy, and seized. The funny thing that I wasn't told at the initial conversation was that the captain wasn't on board it. He had been lifted off the day before for medical reasons. So I only found that out after the vessel had been boarded. The next problem, obviously, was how do we get this ship into port? And how do we assess the risk of the vessel? Do we need to put 2 pilots on it? Should I get a harbor master and a pilot? How are we going to manage this? The information was completely blanked. All communication channels were blanked. No communications with the ship whatsoever. The military shut down the communications as well. So we simply just had, and Niles mentioned it earlier, the good position of having fantastic relations with both the police and the military in the port. So we were able to get direct information, but everything else was blank. The ship was blanked off AIS. It was as if it wasn't there. Obviously, they wanted to protect it from media. We decided we would put 2 pilots on board. Luckily, we did. 2 senior pilots, fantastic ship handlers, master mariners, very calm in a situation like that. But nobody could have expected what they had to face when they got to the bridge. There was 1 helmsman on the wheel, and the entire crew were in handcuffs with bags over their heads, because nobody knew who was the criminals. So now we had a bulk carrier where we effectively needed to manage both the crew, the vessel, the mooring, the transit. The passage plan wasn't coming into the port. They certainly weren't heading our way when they started. So that led to a huge amount of conversation and persuasion to actually get soldiers with their orders to actually release crew and allow the crew to go about the business of being able to go fore and aft for stations, prepare the ship for coming into port, clear away the anchors. Remember now that the crew have been in handcuffs for about 12 hours, sitting in the same positions, not being able to move around. So not a very energetic crew, and certainly not a very cooperative crew now at this stage. So this was the first project that we faced, or the first problem. So we kept the vessel outside for a few hours until we could get things going and get things moving. And eventually we brought the vessel into a berth. The berth that we were able to give them, we were fortunate in this occasion. There wouldn't be too many ports in Ireland that might be able to take a vessel of that size. We don't have the berth capacity that a lot of the much larger ports in Europe would have. Maybe it could have gone to Dublin. Dublin's a really busy port. It's at 100% every day. Ships moving in and out to every berth. Shannon Foynes is the same. Belfast is the same. Cork is the same. So now we're stuck with a ship that we need to find a berth for. Luckily, we did have a berth that wasn't used a lot. We could get the vessel onto it, and we could hopefully manage it for the period of time. This was a national media story now. So every photographer, every news reporter, every person on the internet wanted to be at the port. So immediately we had a security problem at the gates of the port that we had to draft in the police to manage, to keep the port secure and keep these people out. So it became a huge interest story. And of course, the business continuity for the port became the main objective as well of the board of directors and the management team as this was going on. Then we get alongside, and of course we have the crew, and we have to remember the crew. The crew were changed just after the ship was purchased. A Filipino crew came on board. There were some other nationalities as well that were probably from non-seagoing backgrounds. The crew didn't really know what was going on. They were awaiting orders. They had no idea that the ship was carrying drugs. Some of them, we thought. So immediately when we got in, the police said, we're arresting all the crew. We're just going to take them all away. And I said, well, you can't take all the crew off the ship. We still have a ship to manage. So it became a negotiation between the harbour master and the officer that was in charge, that you can take some of the crew and take them and bring them back. But what about the rest of the crew? Immediately the focus was on the drugs, the search, break down the doors, get into all the spaces, see what you can find. The crew left sitting in the mess room. Now all their phones were taken. They hadn't been paid since they joined the ship. They had no contact with home. All of a sudden they're being interrogated and they're very, very frightened. So they were effectively the major victims in this, the first victim, as you can see. And only for the port, we stepped in to supply water to the ship, to supply food to the ship. Also the local chaplain and the ITF stepped in the end as well. But we still have a major problem now. We don't know, and the police don't know, who is involved and who's not involved. So the captain is gone, and then we found the second day, as the crew were being interrogated, less of the crew were being brought back to the ship. So now we were finding that we had a depleting crew, and until we got to a situation where we only had 1/3 officer left on the ship. And I said, that's enough, right? We need to do something about this. You cannot just arrest everybody without putting qualified people back on a 32-year-old bulk carrier that has issues and needs to be tied up. So this was an interesting situation. As I said, the port captain did step in, or the port chaplain at that stage, which was lucky. In the end, they found 2.2 tons of cocaine on board the ship, with a street value, they say, of 157 million. As of last week, they had prosecuted 5 of the crew, and the 6th was still in custody. Luckily, the rest of the crew were repatriated after a couple of weeks, and it certainly was good news for them, but bad news for the Irish state, because now you don't have an owner, you can't trace where the ship has come from, so the Irish state is now paying for the ship to be crewed fully and up to speed until something can be done about it. So what's next for us? We have now moved that ship in the port 16 times, off the berth that she's on, over to another berth as customers come in, tugs, pilots, mooring men, VTS involved, and everything else that comes with that. Also, of course, as soon as the date came up for the classification to end, the classification society said, sorry, we're not interested anymore in a ship that has been involved in activities like this. And the next thing that happened, of course, was the insurance said, well, if the classification society isn't there, we're not there. And the next thing that happened is all of the statutory requirements that you would expect the ship to have starts to disappear, which leaves the port in a situation that now we are chasing the Irish government to sort of say, well, no, you have to insure the ship because you arrested it. You have to provide insurance and you have to put her back in class. And of course, the other agencies aren't used to dealing with these type of maritime problems. So the port engaged a solicitor, and we have now got the vessel back insured and hopefully back in class. The vessel is evidence. And the prosecutors say until the court case is tried and they have a result, then the vessel can't be sold. At this stage, it could be a big problem because we know how long it can take for these cases sometimes to go through. It was a very interesting and remains an interesting issue. So we have the Irish Customs and the police that seized it. Class was withdrawn. Insurance lapsed, crew support was required. Criminal proceedings are ongoing. The vessel is evidence. It is a major headache within the port to manage it. We are hopeful, and we have great working relationships with the authorities that they will move quickly as they can in order to move this ship and get rid of it, either dispose of it as a scrap or a sale. So one of the things that we have looked at, and the Beijing Convention for International Shipping for a judicial sale of ships is a very useful piece of legislation that could be very useful to a lot of people in this room if you find yourself in the same situation. It allows for the sale of the ship in those circumstances without the normal documentation that you would need, or the ownership or the liens that banks have put on it, and it allows a country or a port, but particularly a country, to dispose of a ship very, very quickly without the onerous type of normal issues we find. Now we have a ship that doesn't have an owner, doesn't have a registry, so it's essentially a hulk. So trying to get rid of that isn't going to be easy. So that is a direct cost of, Niall spoke about it earlier, at the macro level. This is it as an operational level sitting in a tier 1 port in Europe, connected right across Europe. And we are still facing dilemmas like this that can so easily happen, and everybody can disappear away from it, and the problem is left both with the port and the authorities to solve. It will be an expensive problem to fix by the time we fix it all. Thank you very much.
Wow, what a story. Suddenly you're the owner of a bulk carrier.
Yeah, would you like to buy one?
No, no. This can be a script of a Netflix movie, I think. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, two to go before coffee break. And after all this horrifying story, it's time for analysis and a reflection, I think. And Andrea will give that to us. Andrea, she started her career for more than 10 years in international sales and business development. And now she works for the last couple of years focusing on incident management system for search and rescue operations. And she works for the company of Frequentis. Andrea.
Thank you very much for the nice introduction. A warm welcome also from my side. Amazing story, really. What happened in Cork. Today we will, within my presentation, we will look at it from a more broader perspective. We as Frequentis are a company based in Vienna, Austria. We are focused on mission critical domains, maritime, air traffic management, public safety and public transport. And our main goal is to set standards in control rooms worldwide, create future-proof solutions with our customers. And this by shaping the major trends that are moving us today: digitalization, integration, a huge topic, virtualization, automation, and sustainability. And that across all the segments and products that we are offering, starting with voice and data communication, planning and management tools, tactical situation tools, and safety critical networks. Who is Frequentis? Frequentis is a company, a family-owned company, more than 70%, with 75 years of experience in the mission-critical domain, with more than 2,000 employees worldwide, and reaching now almost half a billion revenue a year. Our customers, located in 150 countries, more than 500 customers, are governmental organizations. And we are really proud to present some of our most important KPIs in air traffic management. Most likely 95% of the passengers were in touch with Frequentis products. And in maritime, we are covering almost 30% of the world seas with our communication solutions and with our global maritime distress and safety systems. In maritime, we have developed a product suite called Matrix. We initially started purely with communication solution, extremely innovative at that time, with the ability to integrate all types of radios and telephony into one system, then moving into GMDSS, vessel traffic management, and incident management. We started with incident management, particularly for search and rescue organizations, because it was the typical, or the, let's say, most obvious step to go. We had the privilege to have access to the control rooms of many, many customers that let us analyze their workflows, their systems. And with this operational expertise that they had and our technological know-how, Matrix was born. And Matrix has, let's say, one key mission, and that is we want to diminish the data handling effort that, unfortunately, for organizations like this and also for ports is still a key issue, in order to be able to provide operators with the information they need at their fingertips. This requires a lot of process of thought about how information is correlated and fused in order to be able to ensure that they react fast and they focus on the decision-making process and not on gathering information from different unintegrated systems. So from this product, from search and rescue, we started looking into ports. Ports were already our customers with the communication solution. So we started engaging in a qualitative interview process to understand the particularities of port incidents, but also what are the notifications sources. How can we use our already integrated system architecture with VTS, for example, to enable more faster and more effective operations. We conducted in the UK an extensive workshop with the Society of Maritime Industries, where ports from the UK were present and gave us a lot of inputs on their challenges in port incident management. And then we had the privilege to really analyze their current system, their procedures, and their interagency cooperation. How is incident response actually covered? And actually Port of Antwerp and their incident management department was also taking the time to explain this in depth. And the other important topic was incident documentation. How are these incidents documented? How is the analysis conducted afterwards? How is the legal proof documentation conducted and the discussions with the insurances afterwards? Based on what are they happening? So these were our assumptions, our steps to start this analysis. And the challenges that we identified were that everybody was using multiple systems without any kind of integration between the systems. Similar, like we knew it from the search and rescue authorities, there was an extensive data handling effort. Slow communication process with other agencies. We heard about the challenges of discussions between the incident managers within the ports, discussions with the police, with fire, even more complicated if there was an oil pollution incident within the port. The incident procedures for incidents were in place, but rather in PDF documents, not stored in the system, not enabling any kind of automatic documentation. And there was no decision-making support in what kind of resources need to be dispatched for this incident. Operators knew from their experience, but still with major incidents, there was an overwhelming factor in place. And as I mentioned, no kind of incident documentation usually happened in SharePoint or in a Word document and so on. And this was not proper for insurances then to really cover the costs for certain incidents. So what we try to do is we try to adapt our matrix solution for port incident management, starting with our tactical chart display, which is a GIS, multi-layer GIS application that can be used for VTS or for other applications. But the information that can be blended in is based on the information that is required for an incident. And there is also the possibility to very seamlessly integrate the vessel traffic service system with the incident management without needing to copy-paste back and forth. So if, for example, there is any kind of incident on a ship that is displayed on the chart, if an incident is created, absolutely all information about the ship is already in the incident management. All the procedures are digitized and within the system as a guidance for operators. That's very, very important, because this allows almost 90% automatic documentation. We worked very hard on creating an integrated ship database that fuses information from multiple local and international databases. And we have a resource management tool where all the resources, even from police or fire, not only the own resources available in the port, are available, and the operators know which one needs to be dispatched, because the system proposes based on the incident the best suitable resource. How does it look like that you can imagine something under it? Oh, absolutely all incident procedures are configured within the system. Operators can then adapt this because this is dynamic and changes, which leads to an automatic documentation of all operational steps. This is synchronized also with all the communications and all the activities that could happen within the VTS as well. And the system distinguishes between what is happening within this incident and what is happening in the control room. As it is web-based, usually port management can always have access to the ongoing proceedings on an incident. and potentially also, because this is a huge topic, brief the media immediately. And across all our solutions, telephony and even radio communication is integrated, as we have found out that this is one of the most crucial points to accelerate communication, not jump into another system. Communication is available throughout the entire system. And in this case, if an incident is selected, you know exactly for a fire incident, these are the authorities that need to be contacted. It's a click of a mouse away. So click to call and you are immediately in touch with the right resources. The tactical chart display includes all relevant information, all the data about the vessels, the voice communication, the tracks are shown based on AIS radar, also CCTV integration is possible. Of course, now more and more our customers are using drones to get a better situational awareness, so the payload from the drones can also be integrated, of course. All kinds of incident notifications from distress calls, phone calls, or any other types of alerts, hydrological and meteorological data, and so on. So there is a wide range of possibilities on how information can be presented here. The maritime directory, I have to say this was a challenge at the beginning because everybody said, what are you doing with another 7th ship database? We really don't need it. It's been a game changer in the industry. So in average, our customers are using around 5 to 7 different databases for ship information. Local databases, international databases like Lloyd's or information from EMSA, single window, and so on. What we try to do is gather all this information into one single source of truth, and we realized, and Belgium was really helpful, the guys in Ostende, to really help us shape this product, because we realized that, of course, information is not consistent sometimes between databases, but who knows what is the most accurate information? Of course, the operator. So we prioritize, let's say, the visualization on attribute level. If the information is more accurate in the local database, it's presented from the local database. And this is how we manage that the ship information is always accurate. We also decided to go the more difficult way and have a more intuitive approach on resource management, even though this meant starting discussions about system-to-system integration with other agencies that had other systems like police, fire, and so on. Still, at the end of the day, even if it's a longer way, we managed to have a uniform resource management where an incident manager within the port sees what kind of resources are available, sees multiple parameters. Based on these parameters, the system suggests you could deploy or dispatch these resources. The operator still can overrule it, but has the basic guideline to conduct this decision-making process. And of course, the system proposals are based on different static and dynamic variables of these resources. We are working here especially for customers. This is more for search and rescue that have 2,000 resources, also with AI and machine learning, to make sure that these proposals are accurate and support our customers significantly in their processes. This basically sums up the conclusions that we have made from this analysis. On how to optimize port incident management. However, I think that the most important learning that we had was that this is a co-creation process. This is not possible ever for us as a vendor alone, and we need to work stronger together to ensure safety of operations in our ports. Please visit us at booth S11 for more information on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrea, for this, again, very interesting presentation. The last speaker before coffee is Captain Dave Watkins, 20 years at sea, pilot, member of the Hong Kong Pilot Examination Board, after that pilot of Jebel Ali, and he will ask us the question, do we really learn from accidents? I think I know what the answer is, but we need some more time to do it.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you first of all to the IHMA for inviting me over here. It's an absolute pleasure to be invited, and of course Tanger Med for the supreme hospitality that we received here. Chirp Maritime. Many of you, I don't think, would have heard of us. I might have been communicating with you recently, but it's the confidential Human Factors Incident Reporting Program. It's a global reporting program. We are a charity. We are supported by a board of trustees that come from right across the industry, from aviation and to all various sectors from around the world. We have a maritime advisory board of about 31 maritime experts who meet regularly to make sure that we're on track with everything we publish. And we have an ambassador scheme which is accelerating as we show. I'll show you the very last slide, I think. So are we really learning from accidents? I suppose I've got to probably say no. Not probably, but if you're a person involved in an accident and it's affected you, you've seen it, witnessed it, you've suffered it, yes. As an organisation, I would say no. Most organisations, because of their very transient nature, of the strategic level that they operate, they will not have that same continuity. And that ethos of safety can be completely overruled sometimes in the commercial interest of driving the company forward commercially. And so I don't mind being controversial on this, because some of the slides I will show in a minute hopefully sort of support this. So one of the takeaways from this very brief chat is to learn from the experience of others, because we don't live long enough ourselves to have them all ourselves. That was from a sort of a misquote from Wendell Holmes, who's a Supreme Judge in 1860s in the USA. You can look the person up, but it's something that sticks in the back of my mind. So if we've got people out there with that experience, learn from it. Just want to touch on the three sort of safety incident types. The physical and the personal. If you look at the Baltimore Bridge, you can see the physical, and then tragically you can see the personal, the loss of life. The vessel has just been taken back to its berth, but the crew on board there, all the salvors that have worked on there, they are mentally affected. I imagine the captain, the chief engineer, and some other senior officers and possibly crew will never go back to sea again. They will be living with that psychological scar. It's very, very difficult to try and get away from that. And psychological safety is something that the panel have touched on in at least 4 of the presentations there, where issues within the port, whether it's criminality, whether it's lithium-ion batteries or fires, affect the crew. It's really tangible, it's palpable. I've experienced it myself. I found myself asking questions of myself as a DPA while I was on board for 16 days, working with the crew, trying to manage their emotions. We do have a problem. As you can see there, some of these figures are quite horrific. The industry itself, I would say, when you just look at the figures, I mean, just take the fishers, for instance. Now, that figure ranges from 30 to 100,000, but we've been talking to the fishing industry about this, and they firmly believe we lose about 100,000 fishers a year, which is just, well, it's very difficult to comprehend. But trying to go back on, say, to the other side of the thing, the 16 enclosed space deaths, there were 7 the previous year. It's gone up. Now, these are what have been reported. These accidents here, these fatalities, have been what have been reported. There's plenty of stuff that has not been reported. And Yusel's excellent presentation on Tuesday, we looked at these figures ourselves on the 2022 figures. These sort of back these facts up, and to be fair, the ports are a high risk environment. When you're coming into a port, it's the money end of the business. There's lots of pressure on you, and focus can be lost in terms of delivering your safety outcomes, and things go wrong. So 50% take place in ports and harbours, and that just really reinforces the role that harbour authorities have, which is a significant role in looking after both its port terminal workers and the ships that come into the ports. So, but this is the human scale. This is the loss that occurs when one person dies. That thing magnifies across, and the Dunbar number. Okay, I think it's fairly representative, but it does show you the rippled effects of losing one person in society. And if you look at all those figures in the previous slide, you'll see that they run into millions of people affected each year. So reports aren't raised because fear of rejection, fear of ridicule, fear of reprisals, personal and organisational. We get lots of reports coming in because they can't report to their organisations because they'll lose their job, or they'll be intimidated or bullied out of a job. There are different reporting thresholds right across the globe. I think the lady just before had mentioned that there's lots of different reporting formats out there. As an industry, we operate in lots of silos. I just wish sometimes we could all come together and actually sort of try and get a more common approach. And of course, there's no common reporting system. There's no common taxonomy for analysis, and sometimes there's no perceived benefits. So why should I bother? This, I suppose, this highlights. This is produced by Adam Parnell, who's the director of Chirp, and I think this sums up the wasted learning opportunities in the orange sector. We report on board, company, industry, and then of course the severity on the y-axis goes higher. And of course, when the media are involved and it's too late, it's really gone bad. But the orange opportunity was an opportunity where we could report something in to try and make a change way earlier on. So for organisations to perhaps have a little look at themselves, there's a reality check required. I remember one of our managing directors when I was in ship management team, and when he first came in, within the first week, he talked about this. It was slightly different, but the actual headlines of the reactive, psychological, calculative, proactive, and generative were all the same. But he said, asked everyone, and we were in there for about an hour and a half, and he wanted to find out where we were on this ladder as a managing director. What were the things that kept him awake at night? So I thought this was a really good introduction, and most of us slightly overdid it, but we had to pull ourselves back a bit. So we have reporting formats out there, the trade associations, flags, but ports and harbours. So, okay, I'm saying reporting. Here is a report which Chirp has produced for the IHMA Safety Incident Report. I've used it. It's very simple to use. I can't demonstrate it now because of time constraints, but that URL there, I can leave that up later. You can take a picture of it. You can just go straight in there and just report it. It will be confidential. We never, ever expose names of ports. We don't say in the West African area or the European area. We just say it was a port, that something actually happened. Because we're not interested in who, we're interested in why. And we use, any analysis we get, we use the SHIELD taxonomy. That's the Safety Human Incident Error Learning Database. That was set up in Glasgow by a team from the Safe Mode team over a 3-year project funded by the EU. And then we distill that down into the deadly dozen for our readerships. We have a maritime feedback goes out in 8 languages and 8 publications globally. from Bahasa to Arabic, Spanish, Portuguese, English, Ukrainian, Russian, and Chinese, and Tagalog. So, you know, we want to look at the lessons learned via the human factors, or both of them, but we seek to discover the why, not the who, because we believe in a just safety culture. It's a busy slide, this one, but the messaging objectives, one of the key things one of our chairmen in my previous company wanted to say, and he actually pointed it directly at me, effective messaging. How do we get the messages to the stevedores, the port workers, the pilots, the crew on board the ship? We all go to these conferences and we're all dressed up in our suits, and that's great, and we're talking about ourselves and, you know, not ourselves, about the industry. That's wonderful, but how do we get it out to the coalface, to the frontline workers, so that they can understand what's going on and adapt and change and to become safer, so that they can go back to their families, as Prima mentioned yesterday in her presentation on mooring safety. So there are a number of ways that we've looked at that on the left-hand side there, with written videos, animations and podcasts, and we try to do them as well. But we want to be an advocate for the voice of the seafarer, the stevedore, with the crews and the stevedores there, to empower them to actually have a bit of confidence to speak out. And if they can't, you know, come to us. But we're voluntary, confidential, independent, non-judgmental. That's the premise in which we operate, and our board of trustees make sure that we follow this. How confidential? Well, we're in our 21st year, and we've never had a breach of security in terms of revealing any ID of a person. If you have a reporting system, wonderful. But if you want to share it with us, I mean, we're not forcing anybody, but please do so, because if we can then push it to the wider audience for the crews and stevedores to disseminate amongst themselves and talk about it, that's the greatest learning, when your peer groups actually learn together. And it won't damage your reputation or risk it. It'll probably enhance it, actually. We never reveal the identity of people, as I mentioned before. So our mission outcomes, we want to encourage better organisational and operational leadership. In the SHIELD taxonomy that we do, we talk about the iceberg, the axe being above the surface. Yes, the crew and the stevedores have done something okay. But invariably, what we're finding more and more using this taxonomy is that at organisational and operational level, much of the crew's misfortunes are dictated from the boardroom. Bad policy is creating them. They're being set up to fail in some circumstances. So, you know, so we want to improve that and change behaviours and attitudes, and encourage and adopt safety messages identified in CHIRP by the regulators. That's probably a little bit further off, you know, but collaboratively, and this is the word we've been using about the last 3 days, CHIRP can't do this on its own. We need other people to work with us, so we work with you. We are not defensive about what we do. We want to work with other people. And part of that is our ambassador program, which, oh no, there was meant to be a slide showing the global map of our ambassadors. Okay. We've got 77 ambassadors now. When Adam and I started 3 years ago, we had 12, and they come from 37 countries, and we're getting an extra one each week, I think. But I was going to show you the absence of an ambassador in Morocco, and it's not onerous. We meet 4 times a year virtually, and I really would love, when I go away here on Friday, to have somebody just send me a quick message and say, I'd like to be an ambassador. I say it's not onerous. I thought you were putting your hand up there, sir. Any other bids? No, it's, you know, we'd welcome to have Morocco. We have a few on the West African coast, South Africa, and we've got the first one in Madagascar. Madagascar's just signed up as well. So we're right across. It's just a pity I couldn't see the slide, but we're looking to get about 150, and we have a WhatsApp group of our ambassadors, and the information exchange is fantastic. Anyway, remember that takeaway there, and that's the last slide. And so
Okay, again, interesting. Time for questions. And I think, yeah, question from Stephen. Who are you asking, Stephen? Stephen Berger from Bremerhaven. Where are you? At the back, yeah. For who's the question, Stephen? Well, maybe Anthony, you want to add something, or?
So sorry, I didn't hear it.
It's not really a question, Stephen said. Oh, here has the microphone.
I have the microphone. So okay, yeah, you were talking about emergency response plans, and you had a lot of key facts inside, but what I was missing was the human element, especially the crew, because in any emergency situation they are on high stress and they must be looked after. And in Germany we have already a good system from the Mission to Seafarers where they get psychologically help. So that should be also in the emergency preparedness plans, generally.
And to be honest, I fully agree with you. And I know when I was harbour master, we always had the telephone number of the port chaplain and Mission to Seafarers as part of our emergency contact list. You know, a little bit of a humanitarian, religious. Contact numbers of local religious leaders and so on. So yes, I do agree, and yeah, you're right. And I shall make sure that is updated. So if you see my presentation next time, then I hope you will notice the update that I'll have included that. Thank you.
Okay, the second remark is about the crew, about the challenges they face and the responsibility as harbour master. Well, I don't think we have a legal responsibility, more of a moral responsibility. But Paul, what do you think of it? I think the question is because of your presentation. What's about the responsibility?
Yeah, I think naturally we have a moral responsibility. Yeah. There's no doubt about that. And as seafarers ourselves, probably our natural instinct is to be able to help and do the best we can for the crew. It can often be quite challenging because unless you have the resources and the ability to be able to actively do something positive, you can well end up creating a greater level of frustration or making promises that you can't perhaps finish on. So I think from our perspective, we've always relied on the good relations of either the Mission to Seafarers, the chaplains, the ITF, to be able to manage crew problems, and of course the police, because a lot of crew, I guess, are subjected to crimes on board as well. Okay, and the day-to-day job of normal police in any city or port is dealing with the public, their own residents, and often getting them to interact with crew and crew issues can be more complicated and different. So trying to get even the police in your city to understand the needs of crew can be a challenge. So I think that's where, and Niall's commented on it as well, part of the ISPS code is actually having all of the stakeholders involved in the port and understanding the needs of the port, not just the harbour masters. Everybody will turn their eye to the harbour master to solve the problem when it happens. But I think preparing for it before it happens and having the network of people to be able to reach out to is probably more important than the direct action of jumping into the middle at sometimes.
Okay, thank you, Paul. False DG cargo declarations. What can we do about it? Besides fine them, give them a penalty. Question from Kamal, I think maybe for you, Mohammed?
Yeah.
Yes, it's very interesting question. So the problematic of undeclared dangerous goods, it's remain really problematic. It cannot be easily detected, but I think with the close coordination with all authorities, we can detect some false declaration. So at Tanger we are scanning, or we are making inspection, non-intrusive inspection of all exports. So the customs, they can compare the cargo declared between the image scanned, and they can find some false declaration, not only dangerous goods, but all kind of false declaration. This is one thing. The second thing that we have here in Tanger, we start exchanging some dangerous good data with the Algeciras port, where we have close coordination, and we have also a lot of dangerous good transiting from the two ports. So if some freight forwarders declare something dangerous good in Algeciras and he miss it in Tanger, so we will detect it, and he will be he will pay, let's say in Morocco, 500 euro for false declaration. So that's what we are doing here in Tanger. But really, it's a real issue. 2 years ago, we have an incident with container which fall in the water, and we discovered that it was full of IMO class 2, but the container, it was only transiting, it was not transshipment or import. So we have a lot of we had a lot of problem to cover and to recover the activity for calling of the ship. I think there's another question. Or that is good.
Yeah, that's okay. That is the last. How do you determine the dwell time of each cargo with particular danger goods?
Yes, for the dwell time is given by the terminal, but I think there's interface also with the shipping line. So what we have in our application is only an interface from the terminal operation system. So everything is declared between the terminal and the shipping line. And about IMO class 1, so it's forbidden to stow it in the ports. So we have really really procedure for imports. So all imports for class 1, it's really managed with several authorities. It's a commission, and we take it from the ship till the exit from the port. So it's really managed with a lot of care, this kind of cargo. I hope.
Yeah.
Right.
Thanks for that. So, question about the EVs, electric vehicles. I'm in the future class 9. How does it affect the contingency plan? Anthony, can you say something about that?
Yeah, I'm just reading the full question. So I think EVs will always stay class 9, same as internal combustion engines. They're also class 9. But yeah, that is a big question. As I demonstrated with the Drenger and the CO2 system and the foam system, it's not there yet. You will see lots of other things of ways that people are trying to contain the fire and get into the fire. By so all of these procedures will need to be taken on board. I don't want to say too much more because I'm just worried I'm going to stray into my case. There are questions that, from a legal point of view, insurance point of view, and basically ship operating point of view that are being asked. And I believe it was last week that one of the a group of major car carriers have come out with some new guidelines on how to load EVs and what to check for. So we'll see more and more of those kind of documents. And then at some point, we'll really have to look at maybe having a designated design of an EV ship or a car carrier carrying EVs going forward. You never know, but it is a very dynamic situation out there.
Dave, want to
Yeah,
add something, and maybe
Yeah, just very briefly on that. Can you hear me? Yeah. We've got a lot of risk there. We've got a lot of risk there associated with carrying EVs. Is it unreasonable, for the crew not to be? It's not unreasonable for them not to be trained and to, because we're putting them into a very dangerous environment. If something goes wrong on that, you're probably going to lose the ship. So they need to be informed and they need to be given proper training. I think the equipment needs to be upgraded, definitely. And the segregation on the ship, if you're going to carry EVs, and even perhaps the numbers of them, you've really got to do a little bit more due diligence before you expose the crew. Because we're talking about this on a strategic level, but at the end of the day, it's not the directors of these companies that manufacture them, it's the crew that are on board that are going to have to fight the fire, or as you saw it in that Freeway Express, end up in the sea injured and dead. That's just, I just wanted to come at that from the seafarer's point of view. There was a question there on the ladder.
Sorry, Dave, can I just respond on that? So I fully agree on that. And not even that long ago, I redid all my SCCW certifications. So there was still no mention about that. And I fully agree. There's no specific training today. The risks are not higher. It's the way the fire burns. And one little number that I actually forgot to mention during my presentation: 1 kilowatt-hour battery is 6,000 liters of vapor. The cars that went on fire, they were high-end cars. They all had batteries of 100 kilowatt-hours. So we reckon that the whole volume there was about, enormous. And you're right, you have 14, 20 people on board, and you ask them to fight in a space where cars are literally parked centimeters apart from each other. So there is a lot of thinking, strategic, and for the crew.
Impossible. Yeah, thank you.
And of course the carcinogenic aspect that you mentioned earlier, the breathing of it. I mean, that's the game.
Yeah, the manufacturers were on there, and they absolutely scared the living daylight out of the salvors, and that trickled down. And even now, my colleague Paul, he's not here today because he's still in Rotterdam doing the investigation. He's fully suited with gas masks, paper boiler suits, totally covered. It's not pleasant.
Okay.
I've done it myself as well.
The incident of the Fremantle Highway has nothing to do with Port of Rotterdam.
No,
it has nothing to do with Port of Rotterdam. It was in international waters.
Okay, maybe a few words about the pilot ladder.
Chirp receives lots of pilot ladder reports. On our Maritime Advisory Board, we have some of the most senior pilots around Europe on the board. Yes, it is amazing that a lot of it comes down to, I'm not going to blame the crew, because sometimes there's fatigue issues, there's design issues, that they struggle to rig a ladder around poorly designed vessels that they're not right in the first place, and therefore they're criticised with it. But for a ladder, for welcoming somebody on board your ship, if you want the pilot to be effective on the bridge, you want him to have that good experience of coming up the ladder, being greeted by the crew and taken safely up to the bridge where he can do the master pilot exchange. This seems to be lost on a lot of companies that are not prepared to invest in this, and to retro poor design, get rid of it, get somebody on very quickly to come and redesign for the ladder. This should not be a major issue, but sadly, I think again, it's a reflection on the management structure, with working with the crew and putting them in a tough situation. So I would say sanctions. If the ladder is not right, then the pilot refuses to go up there. Now that normally does the trick, because that message getting straight back to the company that the ship's going back to anchor. I'm sorry, this doesn't work with just in time, of course, but it's being I'm serious about it. But this would set a strong message that we're not going to accept poorly rigged ladders, because we still lose too many pilots. One is too many, but we still lose them. So
Okay, thanks. Thank you very much. Okay, can I have a big hand of applause for these excellent speakers? And of course, all the speakers expect now this beautiful present that you saw yesterday, but you have to wait a few hours till the afternoon, then you get them. A few announcements. Please do not forget to register for the port tour for tomorrow morning. And be back for the after coffee break at 11:30, roughly. Okay, thank you very much.
So, hello everybody. Welcome to the session 9 of this Congress, which is Who is Steering Our Ship? I am Karita Rönnqvist. I am a retired harbour master of Port of Kokkola, Finland. And I was myself 20 years at sea and almost 20 years in the harbour. And when I started 40 years ago, I was pretty much the only woman on board and also in the harbour. And I must say we have come a bit on the way. We even had a queue to the ladies' bathroom today. That has never happened. I always could go straight in. So, we have a tight schedule again and a strong line of speakers. So, I will present the first speaker now, and that is Mr. Jean-Marie Coffey from the Port Management Association of West and Central Africa. He is the current executive secretary of that organization. And he is a specialist in international cooperation, maritime trade, and port management. He has more than 20 years in the port and maritime sector, a good part of which was spent the Port Authority of Abidjan, where he participated in several works, particularly in competitiveness of ports of Côte d'Ivoire. Today, in his capacity as Secretary General of the Association of West and Central Africa, he leads several projects on sustainable management of ports and member organizations with the aim of making them more competitive. Please.
Merci, Madame la modératrice.
Sorry, he will speak in French, so please use your headsets you have got.
Je pense que le début de cette session traduit un peu la diversité et l'inclusion. C'est le thème qu'on m'a demandé donc d'essayer de dégrossir. Et donc, je souhaiterais, comme Madame l'a dit, que vous preniez vos casques pour ceux qui ne comprennent pas vraiment le français. C'est une session sur la diversité et l'inclusion des ports africains. C'est un sujet assez large, mais je prendrai un certain angle. L'angle donc des associations, parce qu'au sein des ports de l'Afrique, nous avons 3 grandes associations, et je ferai donc l'association des ports de l'Afrique de l'Est et du Sud, les ports de l'Afrique du Nord, qui est l'IHMA, là où nous sommes, et puis il y a les ports de l'Afrique de l'Ouest et du Centre, là où j'officie réellement. Je vais donc faire un focus en termes d'exemple sur les ports de l'Afrique de l'Ouest et du Centre. Juste pour noter que je n'ai pas réellement une présentation, c'est juste un échange, et donc j'ai couché sur papier un certain nombre de réflexions. Dire que les ports africains représentent une composante cruciale de l'infrastructure maritime du continent, jouant un rôle vital dans le commerce international, le développement économique et la connectivité régionale. Cependant, il est essentiel de reconnaître la diversité qui caractérise ces ports, tant en termes de taille que de capacité, ainsi que leur localisation géographique variée le long des côtes africaines. Certains ports, tels que ceux situés au nord, nous comptons donc les Tanger et autres, bénéficient d'une position stratégique en tant que passerelle vers l'Europe et le Moyen-Orient. Tandis que d'autres, comme ceux de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, sont au cœur des routes commerciales transatlantiques et interafricaines. Cette diversité donc géographique présente à la fois des opportunités et des défis pour le développement des ports donc africains. En outre, les ports africains sont confrontés à des défis spécifiques en matière d'inclusion et de développement. Malgré leur importance économique, de nombreux ports souffrent et de sous-investissements chroniques, de capacités limitées, de processus inefficaces et de lacunes en matière de gouvernance. Ces défis entravent non seulement la compétitivité des ports africains sur la scène internationale, mais ils compromettent également leur capacité à contribuer de manière significative au développement durable et à l'inclusion sociale. Il est donc important dans ce cadre de voir donc les enjeux et de voir un peu le rôle des institutions régionales qui militent donc à l'inclusion. Je voudrais tout simplement noter que quand nous prenons l'Afrique de l'Ouest avec ses ports, c'est au moins 30 autorités portuaires. Et si nous avons au moins 30 autorités portuaires qui n'ont pas les mêmes tailles et les mêmes modes de financement de leurs infrastructures, il va sans dire qu'il y a problème. Mais comment faire en sorte que les ports s'arriment et partent ensemble? Et donc le rôle des institutions régionales est donc important. Les institutions régionales donc font la promotion et l'inclusion et de la coopération entre les ports africains est d'une importance capitale pour le développement économique et social de la région. L'association donc des autorités portuaires de l'Afrique de l'Ouest et du Centre est l'une des institutions qui joue un rôle crucial dans cette dynamique. Premièrement, je disais que l'AGPAOC, donc des ports de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, agit comme un forum de dialogue. C'est l'un des instruments donc essentiels que l'association donc utilise, donc un forum de dialogue et de collaboration entre les ports de la région, en facilitant les échanges d'expériences, de bonnes pratiques et de connaissances. Elle favorise donc la coopération et l'apprentissage mutuel entre ses membres. Cette collaboration donc permet aux ports de mieux comprendre les défis communs auxquels ils sont confrontés et de développer des stratégies concertées pour y faire face. En deuxième lieu, l'un des outils, c'est que l'AGPAOC œuvre à la promotion de l'inclusion du secteur portuaire en encourageant la participation de tous les acteurs concernés, y compris les petites et moyennes entreprises et les communautés locales. On pourrait donc entrevoir, et c'est un des outils, que l'AGPAOC joue un rôle de coordination dans les initiatives régionales visant à renforcer les capacités des ports donc africains. En collaborant avec les autres institutions régionales et internationales, elle contribue à la mise en œuvre de programmes de formation, de transfert donc de technologies et d'assistants techniques Ces efforts visent à améliorer la compétitivité et l'efficacité des ports de la région, ce qui profite à l'ensemble donc de l'économie. Vous conviendrez donc avec moi qu'un port seul évolue, mais il est difficile d'arrimer ces méthodes aux méthodes donc de la région. En instituant des comités techniques, des experts dans les domaines spécifiques, il va sans dire qu'à la fin, nous établissons une forme de norme d'application, une norme de conjonction d'idées. Et c'est sur cette base-là que les ports pratiquement de l'Afrique de l'Ouest et du Centre travaillent et que nous voulons l'étendre pratiquement à l'ensemble de l'Afrique par le biais d'une association faîtière qui est l'Association panafricaine de coopération donc portuaire. Il est donc bon de s'abreuver des expériences des uns des autres. Il y a des ports qui ont les outils, j'allais dire managériaux, ils ont donc le financement, d'autres n'en ont pas, mais ils ont aussi, même ceux qui n'en ont pas, ils ont donc la réflexion, ils ont donc des orientations qu'ils vont donner. À partir donc de ce moment, les travaux qui sont faits au sein de ces comités permettent tout simplement à ces ports-là de dire voilà l'orientation essentielle. Alors, si ce n'est pas une norme écrite, c'est une façon tout simplement de procéder et de dire dans notre région, voilà comment nous évoluons, voilà comment nous procédons. Et donc, c'est quelque chose d'important. Nous verrons aussi les actions pour favoriser l'inclusion, parce que c'est cela le but réel. On ne va pas rester dans son chapitre de la diversité. Il est bon d'aller ensemble, d'avoir donc une inclusion. Et les éléments essentiels pour créer donc l'inclusion, nous parlons donc, et nous le disions tantôt, c'est le partage des bonnes pratiques. Donc, les expériences des autres enrichissent les expériences des uns et des autres et de faire en sorte qu'on ne laisse pas un port à ses, j'allais dire, à ses ambitions premières, mais cet port-là doit pouvoir évoluer et s'adapter à l'évolution donc du monde. Tellement il y a donc des actions qui sont donc importantes sur, par exemple, la digitalisation. Aujourd'hui, nos ports traînent à le faire. Si nous venons, par exemple, à Tanger et que nous disons ils ont les outils, ils ont l'intelligence et que nous travaillons ensemble, alors l'orientation est donc donnée. Aujourd'hui, de plus en plus, on parle de la décarbonation. Mais comment le faire? Oui, peut-être je connais le concept, mais deuxièmement, il est bon de l'appliquer. Comment je l'applique? Mais même quand je veux l'appliquer, est-ce que j'ai le financement nécessaire? Donc, conjonction d'actions, on peut essayer de travailler ensemble. Donc, l'inclusion ici que nous développons au sein des comités ou des associations, c'est de faire en sorte que nous allions ensemble. Nous allions ensemble, nous développons donc une norme. On ne dira pas une norme africaine, mais une norme dans la région. Le troisième élément, c'est être aussi le porte-voix au sein des associations internationales, comme l'OMI, comme l'IAPH. Il y a des décisions qui sont prises, il faut y être. Et pour être présent, il faut donc une boussole. Et la boussole peut être tirée soit par les ports qui ont développé donc déjà la stratégie, et donc nous essayons donc de suivre en réalité. Vous convenez avec moi que vous logez pratiquement dans des comités techniques de ces institutions internationales comme l'IAPH, comme l'OMI, mais vous voyez de moins en moins des Africains au sud du Sahara, par exemple, participer à des comités. Et pourtant, les décisions qui sont prises à ce niveau-là participent au développement des ports tout court. Aujourd'hui, quand on parle de transition énergétique, ce n'est pas que les ports de l'Europe, c'est le port tout court. Donc les ports du sud, les ports de l'Est, les ports du centre, mais il est bon que nous allions ensemble. Donc dans cette diversité, il faut trouver le moyen de créer donc des mécanismes pour que tout le monde entende la voix du monde, qui est de réduire donc les gaz à effet de serre, parlant tout simplement de décarbonation des outils que nous devons donc employer. Il est donc intéressant que les associations poussent. L'association aussi des parents, pratiquement de l'AGPAOC, fait le plaidoyer au sein des gouvernements, au sein donc des ports, mais au sein des gouvernements. Parce que les gouvernants sont ceux-là qui détiennent la clé du changement. Les techniciens secteurs qui sont les ports apportent donc, ils ont force de proposition. Et donc, il faut faire donc ces propositions et essayer de l'implémenter. Nous faisons aussi des plaidoyers au sein des organisations internationales. on comprendra difficilement qu'on me dise qu'il faut aller à la transition énergétique, il faut partir des énergies fossiles pour des énergies renouvelables. Quel est le soutien de l'organisation internationale? Si nous ne participons pas à leur réunion, nous ne donnons pas donc la voix, il est donc un peu difficile. Vous verrez que dans le cadre donc de cette inclusion et donc de la diversité, je vous parle en français. Et pourtant, cette réunion internationale s'est faite juste en anglais. Une des leçons à tirer, c'est de dire tout simplement que pour tout court, vous devez apprendre la langue du port. Et la langue du port, par excellence, aujourd'hui, donc, c'est l'anglais. Mais je le dis en français pour qu'on puisse comprendre qu'il y a un effort de renforcement des capacités et d'orientation réelle. Et donc, c'est des éléments donc importants que nous essayons de travailler au sein donc de nos institutions et donc qui sont donc importants à reverser ici, à l'entendre. Oui, je discutais avec les organisateurs. On voit moins les gens de l'Afrique de l'Ouest et du centre ici à cette conférence, et pourtant nous avons des commandants de port. Pourquoi n'ont-ils pas participé? Ça peut être un déficit organisationnel, d'atteinte donc de la personne qui donne donc l'ordre, oui, mais ça peut être aussi un élément essentiel basé donc sur la langue. Et il faut en parler. La langue est un frein à la participation. Quelqu'un me rétorquera, oui, aide-toi, le ciel t'aidera. Donc, le message est passé. En tant qu'organisation, c'est un élément essentiel d'insister auprès des ports pour que la langue, j'allais dire, anglaise, soit donc un outil, ce n'est pas une option, un outil au sein des ports. Tanger Med a pu faire donc sa mue. C'est initialement un pays francophone, mais ils ont compris en créant ce port que pour interagir avec le monde, il faut maîtriser donc la langue. C'est un bel exemple et c'est un exemple donc à suivre. Mais il est important d'assister aussi. C'est aussi ça le plaidoyer. Comment on assiste? Les ports à maîtriser la langue pour que nous parlons d'une même voix. C'est aussi l'objet de mon intervention pour créer donc l'inclusion au sein des ports, parce que ce n'est pas une inclusion juste féminine, juste disparité, tenant compte tout simplement des sexes, de l'emploi. Et non, c'est une inclusion sur des mécanismes de développement donc, de nos ports. Et donc, on constate, et moi je constate certainement avec vous, que la langue est un frein au sein des ports au sud du Sahara. Et donc, c'est une doléance de voir un peu comment pouvait aider l'association que nous gérons pour que nous partons auprès des ports pour développer donc la langue anglaise comme outil du travail international dans le domaine donc maritime et portuaire. Voilà un peu quelques éléments que je voulais citer. Je citais pêle-mêle donc un certain nombre de... C'est vrai, les ports évoluent, nos ports évoluent assez bien. Ils s'arriment aux standards donc internationaux dictés par tous. Les projets de développement durable, un certain nombre d'éléments. Nous y sommes. Nous travaillons déjà avec la Banque mondiale pour traiter la question de la qualité de l'air au sein, de la qualité des déchets au sein de nos ports, la qualité de l'érosion côtière au sein de nos ports, et puis la question de la transition énergétique. Ça, ce sont des éléments. Des études sont faites pour connaître donc le niveau de pollution au sein de nos ports. Le reste, il faut tout simplement que tout le monde suive. Et il faut assister. Il faut assister. Et donc, il y a certainement des défis et des perspectives. En termes de défis, nous avons donc un certain nombre de disparités dans le développement. Et ces disparités dans le développement peuvent être solutionnées par l'approche participative, l'approche collaborative. On ne restera pas en marge. Il faut donc développer donc ces coopérations-là pour que nous avancions ensemble. Il y a aussi la contrainte financière. C'est une réalité. La contrainte financière est une réalité. Mais certainement, vous avez des mécanismes pour ne pas que la contrainte financière soit un élément bloquant. Quel mécanisme les organisations internationales peuvent mettre en place pour les ports qui, visiblement, en fonction de leur tonnage, de leur trafic, ils ne peuvent pas financer donc leurs opérations? Le lien, on le dit, c'est la coopération. Mais la coopération est un mot trop bien grand. Quel élément de la coopération? Comment asseoir dans ces collaborations et avancer? Vous conviendrez avec moi que quand nous parlons de digitalisation, pendant que les ports cherchent à se digitaliser, on parle aussi de transition énergétique, on parle d'énergie renouvelable. Où trouver le financement pour faire tout ça ensemble? Ça n'attend pas. Donc, si on veut, avant de fixer des lois pour dire ça rentre en application, par exemple, en janvier 2024, il est bon qu'on regarde dans ce facteur-là de la digitalisation. Voilà un peu, madame. Je voulais finir sur ces propos en vous remerciant de nous avoir invités à cette table pour partager donc certaines difficultés que nous avons et de parler tout simplement d'inclusion. Et cette inclusion passe avant tout par la collaboration et la participation. Merci à vous.
So there are probably a lot of people here who speak French because they didn't take the headsets, but I hope you understood. He was talking about that we have to cooperate, participate in different organizations. We have to learn English and be everywhere where something happens. About that, what I caught from that speech. But now we are short of time, so I will present the next speaker. And that is Lisa Lamont. She's a BTS supervisor from Belfast Harbour Commissioners and bringing over 25 years of experience in the maritime industry. She currently holds the position as BTS supervisor at Belfast Harbour. She recently also earned a Harbour Master's diploma. You're welcome, Lisa. She said, yesterday she said she has no slides, but now she had made, I think, 2 or something, so.
Yes, I hadn't planned to present any slides, and then someone pointed out, but the camera will be focused on you, so I thought, better have a few slides and have to look at my face. Good afternoon to you all, and thank you to the IHMA for this opportunity. I'd just like to share my story. It's a brief presentation and hopefully challenge some of the mindset on gender equality. It's not just a buzzword, it matters to us all. When I was 18, I faced the dilemma, should I pursue art college or a law degree? Neither option felt right, so I decided to take a gap year, earn some money, and figure out what I really wanted to do. That summer I worked at a ferry check-in. It was a typical female-based role, really glamorous, but not particularly mentally stimulating. There was buzz about a role opening up in the freight division. It paid well and seemed challenging, but when I expressed an interest, I was warned, no, it's not a job for the girls. The department was all male, and females had never before done that job. This was just baffling to me. You see, I should probably say that my grandfather played a pivotal role in my upbringing, and I suspect he secretly was longing for a boy. My childhood memories were filled with helping him on the farm, driving tractors, lambing sheep, decked out in overalls, mud to the eyeballs, mending fences. He instilled in me from an early age that my gender should never be seen as a barrier. So the notion that I couldn't handle loading freight onto a ship seemed an absurd concept. I was offered the job. I was made up. I did it. Little did I know the challenge had just begun. Determined to prove my worth, I knew I had a battle ahead of me. Little did I know the greatest battle would be with myself. I thought that to succeed in this world, I had to fit in, become one of the guys. I emulated them, but in doing so, I lost what I had to offer. The mindset made me lose sight of my own strengths and what I brought to the table. True equality is about cognitive diversity, not just about physical presence. And we were breaking new ground, for sure. but we were missing the purpose. I was missing the purpose. I was not another man, nor did they need another man on the team. Only when I stopped trying to be one of the guys and started leveraging my unique perspective, the team dynamic improved. We became cohesive, learning from each other, utilising our individual strengths. They shared their knowledge. I grew as an individual, but more importantly, we grew as a team. I've experienced gender bias and witnessed firsthand how groupthink can stifle progress, create an insular and stagnant environment. However, I also observed the transformative power of embracing gender diversity within a department. This change had a profound and positive impact on decision-making, overall team performance. We became comfortable with challenging each other and driving meaningful change. This openness led us to embrace new technologies, improve our processes, and in turn, enhance operational turnaround times. The diverse perspective brought by both men and women created a more innovative and effective work environment. That was over 2 decades ago, and thankfully things have moved on, or have they? According to the IMO, women make up only 2% of the world's 1.2 million seafarers. 80% of the world's trade is by sea, and our industry stands as the lifeblood of global trade and commerce, connecting nations and serving as a critical enabler to economic growth, yet we're lagging far behind other industries on gender parity. The industry is undergoing a profound transformation driven by emerging technologies and renewed focus on environmental responsibilities, from smart port infrastructure, data-driven logistics, to advanced navigation systems and autonomous vessels. We have seen it here at this amazing event over the past 2 days, that how these innovative technologies are reshaping traditional practices and steering us towards a more connected, intelligent and sustainable future. There's a growing recognition that adaptation and evolution are imperative for our continued success. We must honour our heritage, of course, but we must embrace the need for change. Addressing the gender imbalance plays a critical role in that evolution. The World Economic Forum Global Gender Gap Report states that gender parity can have a large impact on whether an economy or society will thrive. Recognising that the need for gender diversity beyond mere social responsibility, the industry needs to strategically build long-term success by tapping into a broader talent pool and retaining that top talent. By leveraging the full potential of a diverse workforce, we can navigate future challenges, promote innovation, and enhance its overall competitiveness on a global scale. On the surface, yes, the shore-based stats are a bit more reassuring, with 41% female representation to 56% male and 3% falling under other. However, a closer examination reveals a more nuanced picture. Despite seemingly balanced overall figures, there's a significant gender disparity when it comes to specific roles. And data published here by Smineker's Maritime HR Association highlight that 95% of all administrative positions are occupied by women, contrasting sharply with only 5% representation in executive leadership roles. The stark imbalance is disproportionate to other sectors, and it indicates that the elusive glass ceiling persists within shore-based roles within our industry. Yet the benefits of gender-balanced leadership have been widely known and studied for a long time. A study conducted by Bain & Company, a global management consulting firm, found diverse teams are better at making decisions. The research showed that gender diverse teams are more likely to consider a wider range of perspectives and come up with more innovative solutions. Another significant study by Catalyst was that companies with greater gender diversity, particularly in executive leadership roles, tend to outperform those with fewer in leadership roles. This performance indicates higher returns on equity, better operating margins, and improved stock prices. The study also highlights that diverse and inclusive workforces foster innovation, better problem solving, and increased employee engagement and retention. Evidence from Pearson Institute for International Economics. It was a global survey. This is quite an extensive survey. They carried it out over 20 years, and they analysed just under 22,000 companies from 91 different countries, and it suggests that the presence of women in corporate leadership positions may improve firm performance, and that's just some of the graphs of the findings. This correlation reflects that organisations that avoid gender discrimination and promote women to leadership positions also benefit from higher profit margins. These insights underscore the importance of gender diversity and inclusive practices, not just for ethical reasons, but as a strategic advantage. They drive better organisational performance and employee satisfaction. It's just good business sense. We can only affect positive change by championing diversity and breaking down barriers to entry, such as the stereotypes and unconscious bias ingrained in the work-family narrative. Shore-based roles can open the door for women, like myself, to pursue meaningful careers within the industry. I was very lucky. A harbour master recognised I had transferable skills, and he suggested a career in VTS. And it was only thanks to him that it led me down this rewarding career path that I'm on. It's something that I would never have considered otherwise. But we need a strong commitment from industry leaders, from you guys here in the room. We can address gender disparities in these roles and establish an equitable and inclusive environment. It's essential to break through that glass ceiling and to leverage full potential of our workforce, better together, working together, ultimately driving innovation, better decision making, and enhancing organisational performance. Addressing the gender imbalance of seafarers poses a much bigger challenge. I won't pretend to know the plight of women seafarers. It's much too an important topic, and it's someone else's story to tell. But I have worked with numerous exceptional women seafarers throughout my career who have dedicated themselves to advancing their careers, only to feel obligated to exit the industry when they choose to start a family. They felt that limited opportunities exist beyond motherhood and that barriers to entry were too great. We need to consider the significant advantages that the industry could gain by retaining that valuable knowledge and experience. We need to break down those barriers and bias to create an environment that empowers women to pursue rewarding and impactful careers without feeling compelled to choose between professional advancement and family commitments. Shore-based roles present substantial opportunities for addressing this challenge. Positions such as harbour masters, pilots, and VTS. They offer career paths that can utilise the extensive experience and skills of former seafarers while providing a better work-life balance. By promoting shore-based roles as viable and attractive options, we can retain talented women who might otherwise leave the industry. The transition can provide a solution to the gender imbalance at sea by creating pathways for continued career growth and leadership opportunities within the sector. This not only retains their valuable expertise, but contributes to a more diverse and inclusive leadership pipeline, which has the potential to act as a catalyst, a driver for change, and can play a significant role in advancing gender equality within the maritime industry. The significance of visibility of women in leadership positions and mentoring programs cannot be overstated. Having positive role models serves as an inspiration for emerging talent, embodying the notion, if you can see it, you can be it. And I have to say, over these past 2 days, I've met some incredible women. It's just been so inspiring to hear their stories. At 18, I never considered a career in the maritime industry. It seemed to choose me by accident, and I'm incredibly grateful that it did. The journey has been both challenging and rewarding. It has offered me amazing opportunities and experience. This Congress is undoubtedly one of the highlights. I've met so many inspiring individuals. Our industry is truly unique, and my passion for it drives me to encourage more women to consider it as a career path. Equitable, diverse workforces can drive change and innovation, but we must be able to retain and attract top talent, regardless of gender. Beyond mere equality, it's about embracing the undeniable benefits that come with a balanced workforce with inclusive culture. The objective is to ensure that the maritime industry, our amazing industry, continues to lead in terms of innovation adaptability and sustainability. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lisa. Excellent. So she said 2%, or IMO said 2% of the seafarers are female. Can I just ask, how many harbor masters, female harbor masters are here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Although I'm not anymore, but yeah, and we have some deputies also, so very good of this organization. Okay, next speaker is from Tidalis, Nancy Skaven. After starting as a consultant of public services, Nancy joined Rijkswaterstaat in 2010. After being director in human resource management and communication, she switched to asset management, and after that, in 2017, she became the director of vessel traffic management and water management for Rijkswaterstaat in Netherlands. In 2023, she joined Tidalis. She became a supplier, whereas she formerly was the client for VTS systems at Rijkswaterstaat. She's looking forward to put her experience as a client and as a former HR director to the marine traffic management in European, Middle East, and African markets. You're welcome. Yes.
You have the... Well, thank you for inviting me here. I will really briefly, shortly tell something about Titleist, because we're actually the new kid on the block. And you presented me really well, so I'm going to skip some parts of the presentation. And the thing is, I'm going to talk about me, but also why am I talking about this topic. And it's also kind of odd to have, and I was discussing with it to Gary yesterday, we're 4 or 5 people, 5 women, and we're all talking about diversity topics. That's kind of odd. And I've been discussing that with several other people, and we all think it's odd. So just let's keep it like that. It's kind of strange that we talk about diversity, and I'm really happy that we at least have one male person talking about diversity. I'll give you some insights on the current landscape, the challenges, addressing the labor market challenges, but Lisa also stipulated some of them, and some strategies for gender equalities. And let's face it, it's not about just gender equalities that we are facing. It's about diversity and inclusiveness. Lisa said a lot about the benefits of having diverse teams, and that also has to do with, of course, women around there. But there's much more to it than women, white male persons, black persons, Muslim persons. It's about the mixture that will benefit us all. Titleist, well, we have a 35-year history, but a lot of people might be here knowing us as formerly Saab. We were divested last year. Before that, we were Klein Systems or Pharos. So we have had different names. So if you're talking about change, we know about change, but we also know how hard the work is to get the change done. We have 5 offices, we are in 3 continents, we have 200 employees and 26 nationalities. With this one, I can say we have a diverse team. Doesn't mean that we are gender diverse, because I think about 10% of the women, of the employees of Titleist are women, and that's just too little. what we do is, and most of you know that, we are in vessel traffic services, so I'll skip all the figures, and we're in port management. This is the basics, the course that we thrive on. And then about me. Yes, I started in an IT company, so that's when I learned that there's more industries in the technology sector that just don't have that much women. And I was a change manager because I had lots of colleagues with perfect brains, but to make the technology work, they also needed something else. They needed a change manager to help them, guide them through. And I think this is actually one of the roles that I do have now, because Tidal is in a change, but the world is in a change, and we have to work together to make it happen. After that, I was an HR director in the Ministry of Education. So there you also see the gender imbalance there is. So in school, I don't know if you have to count, how many male teachers did you have? Did you have, like, if you count the first 8 years of your school, who did have more than 4 male teachers? 1, 2, 3. That's just a little. So this is actually where part of the issue starts. It starts like really early, that we think that women are there to take care of the kids and to learn them things, and then the hard work will be done by the men. And maybe that used to be before, and it certainly was one of the challenges that in the maritime industry, because working on a ship was working with heavy equipment, was just hard work. And it couldn't just be done by anybody. Not by all the men, certainly not by all the men, but also not by all the women. So this is where we started having the imbalance. After that, I moved to Rijkswaterstaat, and then I got affected by water. And when you start getting affected by it, it will not let you go again. And after a short, brief consultancy, then I got back in the maritime industry. And why do I like to be there? Because, well, the water is running through my veins, I think, by the meantime. But I also think that it's really important to make a change there, and I think being there can make a difference. This is where I am in the organization of Titleist, but that's of less importance. And I think I've covered a lot of the parts that why we are talking about diversity. We are just, if we don't include the women in the workforce, and we are facing decreasing numbers of people wanting to work in the maritime industry, so that's just a problem we have to face. If we let go of 50% of the potential workforce, we're just losing out. So, and this doesn't necessarily have to do with diversity, and we need to give equal chances to women. We just need them. And I was talking to Lisa on the bus. I think sometimes the men are afraid to let us in because we might do even better. And I don't know if we're doing better, but together we will be better. And having been an HR manager, I've learned a lot about diversity problems, and I have many cases, but I'm not going to share them because you shared all your stories, which were, if they're from your own, they're the same. And the thing is that in my career, I came across a couple of also incredible women that were in positions that are hard to attain, let's face it, for women. And what we women do is then we thank the men that let us do it. And that's kind of strange. We shouldn't thank the man. The man should thank us. And we should then thank the man, but don't express it all over the place. I didn't hear any male speaking person telling thanks to his boss. That's what we do. But that's what we don't want to do. That's what we don't need to do. We have to just respect each other. And being in the position of an HR manager, then you're really close to the subject, so you cannot help being a part of it. But it also learned me one of the things that you said, Lisa, that women do need stereotypes to follow up and to see, oh, if she's there, I can be there. Because if the women playing football are showing that they can play football, the kids are starting to play football, and the women also. And until we have better numbers, not just in percentages, but also in better balance, until we have a better balance, and we are getting there, but we're getting there slowly, we still have to talk about it and take action. I already said something about the current landscape and the historical perceptions of the maritime sector. It was just hard work. But now with the new technology inside, it's just less hard work. So then people with different physical abilities can join. Whether it be women, men that are not as strong as they used to be, because now what in a ship or in a VTS, you don't need big hands and big shoulders. You need small fingers because a lot of the work is digital. So these really big hands are not that valuable anymore. So then that's one thing that we might come up, not just in the administrative roles, but also in innovation, in digitalization. Let's team up together. So there was a traditional dominance of men, and there still is. So let's face it, don't say, oh, well, but we really tried. It's just the way it is. And we are the ones that can change it. Until now, I didn't knew that we had a queue in front of the ladies' room. So the third disproportionate representation in port gatherings is like, that's hard to measure now because we're coming up in numbers, the ladies are. But then again, we do see much more signs of more inclusivity, and this is where we are getting to. But what are the factors of underrepresentation? And Lisa, you already mentioned some of them. Is it a lack of interest for the girls, or is it a lack of opportunities? And it might be both. And I think in the former presentation, it was also said that being in the maritime industry can be pretty scary. You're faced with a lot of difficulties with safety issues, with everything that's going on in the port. That's hard for any person to be attached to, but it's more even for sometimes considered to be the weaker person, which is the woman. Because we do hear a lot about sexual harassment and really negative experience from women in the ports, but also in the normal workforce. We do hear that. And if a woman does hear that, she's not tending to be like, oh, this is a nice working environment. So this is one of the gaps we have to come across. And we might think, and this is the one we talked this morning, I think they might be scared, the men in the room, for the women. So there is resistance from the existing workforce. And maybe it's not big, but it's there, and I think we all can sense it. About the labor market realities, I think we already heard a lot of things about that, so I'm not going to get really deep into it. But I do want to stipulate that the imbalance is also there because everyone knows that the maritime industry, and I didn't come from a maritime background. And when I entered the scene, I came across in the Netherlands white male persons that are in their 50s, having years of experience in a ship. To me, they all more or less had the same names, which of course is not true. But I call them, if you have Wim or Peter, then you have quarter of it. So to get into this scene, you know that you have to come across some barriers. And not just anyone is willing to take these barriers. So this is an issue, but as soon as we start to grow the numbers, then it's getting easier. And this is to expand, the workforce we have, we really have to, this is the hard work. And this is the things that we have to work together on. I think just like the first speaker said, we have to look at the administrative rules because they need to be there, and it might be a stepping stone for women to more easily get in. But take also into account the technological advancements. Like I just said, you don't need big hands anymore. You need small hands. So use it. And we also have to balance somehow the lack of nautical experience because not everyone that will be either a VTS operator or even a harbor master has been sailing for over 20 years. It's just not going to happen anymore because people will not stay that long in their jobs. So we have to make the market more attractive, and we also have to find out how can we attract more women and a more diverse workforce. Lisa, I think you said everything about diversity. The only thing that I did is just put it on a slide. So if you put our presentations together, then we have the real story and the sheet that goes with it. So I will not go through all the details, but there's just a lot of extra benefits of diversity. And then I'm not just talking about diversity in gender. This is the general remarks about diversity. You have to have a diverse workforce, then you're just more resilient, you're more flexible, and you're able to survive. And the numbers that you stated, that we were even, will make more profit. So now I know why my boss wanted me to be in the position. This one I will skip. And the only thing that I need is that we have to keep on talking about this and take action until we get the numbers in place. And this is all I wanted to say for now. Thank you.
So, really good words, and I can write under everything she said. The next speaker is Milembe Mateo, Harbour Master in Port of Amsterdam. Milembe Mateo is a state harbour master for the Amsterdam IJmuiden region since 2019. She started her career as an urban planner in the same region and switched to the Port of Amsterdam in 2009. Her interest is in logistics of shipping and the role that harbors play in the development of a region. Amsterdam evolved around the shipping industry 750 years ago and will continue to do so in the coming centuries. Within the Port of Amsterdam, she has different roles, starting as a manager in vessel traffic control to harbour master the past 4 years. Her special interest is the cooperation between private and public stakeholders to enhance safe, efficient, and sustainable shipping operations. You are welcome.
Assalamu alaikum. Dear colleagues, dear friends of the Port Tribe, in contrary to what Nancy said, I'm not going to talk about diversity. I think my story is one of those that didn't fit in any session, so then any session is good enough. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak here, and would like to thank Tanger, shukran, for the hospitality and the perfect way of organizing this conference. I'm Harbour Master since 2019, just before Corona. It was a difficult time with all the meetings in Zoom and Teams. But since then, so much has changed in the world. If I look back, it feels like a decennium, but it's only 4 years. What I want to share with you is a story about change, collaboration and innovations. Change happens to us and is happening now faster than in all the decades before. Also, digital changes are gaining momentum. As harbour masters, I believe we are not leaders in this because it's not our primary task. But we can use it to good effect to improve our services. What do you need for it and what does it deliver? Collaboration, in my opinion, is key to innovation. And I will explain why. Amsterdam has been a port for 750 years, and I hope it will be for the next 750 years. Amsterdam became a major port in timber and cocoa trade and is nowadays one of the world's largest petrol ports. Amsterdam is a port city and connected to the rest of the world by water. For those not familiar with the port of Amsterdam, the port does not lie inland. It lies inland, it does not lie on the coast. The port lies just west of Amsterdam and is connected to the North Sea by the North Sea Canal and an impressive lock complex. The newest lock of the complex, built in 22, is the largest in the world. You see it here on the picture. 500 by 75 by 18 meters. We live in an increasingly complex world, and especially the last few years in a time of rapid change. From a pandemic and geopolitical tension to climate crisis, change is now the only constant factor. There is no place in the world left that is not affected by one crisis or another. But as the saying goes, it's not a crisis, it's the way you handle the crisis. In this rapidly changing, fully organized world, we are trying to make great transitions happen. Examples of this are the energy transition, the transition to a circular industry, and the necessary transitions in shipping, which go slow, as we know. Major challenges here are complexity and scarcity. Complexity, because it's no longer possible to solve problems independently on your own. Where once people talked about a supply chain, it is nowadays better described as a network of connected parties that enable transport in the broadest sense. In the North Sea Canal area, where the Port of Amsterdam is situated, no fewer than 15 government agencies are active. Municipalities, provinces, the police, security regions, Directorate General for Public Works, Customs and Inspection Services, and myself. The area also knows all sorts of scarcity. Firstly, there's scarcity of land, which means that new cargo flows can only be given space when the old ones move away, and that goes slow. Traffic on the waterway is getting busier, but the dimensions of the waterway remain the same, which means less space for larger ships. So more effort has to be put in organizing these things. And there are more forms of scarcity. Not enough fresh water, especially in the Netherlands, which leads to salinization, too little electricity imports, and too little capacity to discharge water to the seas. For a country as the Netherlands, half of which is below sea level, that is a big threat. In short, as a harbour master, we face a continuous stream of challenges which have to be solved. My task as a harbour master in the context of these changes is to try to fit these issues into my core duties. Safe, efficient and environmental responsible shipping. To deal with this complexity and come up with solutions, we see collaboration as the most important way to innovate. But how to do this? To be honest, we do not try to solve such questions as smart ships, digital twins, AI and other technologies that in recent years have become widely known. Digital innovation is not about using the latest technology in the port's digital infrastructure. Our focus is on the problems we want to solve together. In doing so, we avoid searching for successful use cases for new technology, but we focus on solving issues that are urgent at the moment, here and now. And this does not mean we do not engage in these developments, but that for us, innovation always starts with situations we want to solve. We start with collaboration and let this lead to innovation. I'll explain 2 best practices from the past few years to show you how this works in Amsterdam. One is about ship garbage management, and the other one, of course, an ISPS tool. The first, in Europe, ship garbage management is assigned to the port authorities. And in the Port of Amsterdam, the harbour master has taken the responsibility to organize garbage management of ships. And why is this important? To keep our ports and seas clean. The introduction of the Waste Directive created a reporting obligation for ships to the European Commission. To make this reporting process as simple as possible, agreements were made on a national level between agents, shipping, companies, waste collectors and seaports to unify the working processes and data models used. By making these agreements, we were able to implement a solution at national level, ensuring that data from waste collectors could be used through the entire chain, by ports for the financial processing and ships, agents, ship owners for reports to SafeSeaNet. Only then, after agreeing what to report on and how to share data, did we build an application to coordinate this process. This app was built by Port of Amsterdam and it is still being developed according to the new legislation and user wishes. This approach allowed investment in digitization to be used nationwide, also allowing users in smaller ports to benefit from it. We had 3 lessons that we learned in this process. The first, start by formulating a common goal and involve all the parties in your network to achieve it. The second, invest in trusting relationships. This to me is very important. Innovation is not about the technique, it's about the people who use it and who implement it. And it starts at the lowest point of the pyramid with trust in each other. And the third, start digitization only when all stakeholders agree with the solution, because then you have commitment and then you can go forward. This process took us a long time, more than 3 years and still counting. As long as problem ownership is unclear, there is delay on your path. But the good news is, once that is solved, the way forward goes fast. The second best practice, an ISPS tool called MOBI. ISPS legislation applies to all of us and is an important way to keep our ports safe. In the North Sea Canal area, I'm the port security officer and had the honor of receiving the European Commission in 2019. Last year, they went to Port of Rotterdam. Are we glad that we had and have the MOBI application? The MOBI application is an administrative and task tracking platform that facilitates compliance with port security rules. MOBI, I'll spare you the abbreviation because we Dutch are very good at complicated abbreviations, identifies 13 security risk scenarios, including hijacking, terrorist threats, arms smuggling, human trafficking, cyber hacking, and contamination. Initially developed by the Port of Amsterdam, we thought MOBI to be just a small application to calculate risks. Within a year, however, it was adopted by the other Dutch seaports, Rotterdam, North Sea ports, Moerdijk, Den Helder, Groningen, and the Port of Harlingen, and over 400 maritime shipping facilities and cargo terminals. There was room for expansion. For a year, we as Dutch ports closely collaborated on further developing MOBI from a risk calculation application to a national platform that supports now all major port security processes: certification, compliance, supervision, notifications, changes, and alerting. Today, the application supports 800 plus users throughout the seaports and port facilities of the Netherlands. MOBI enables collaboration in these processes based on public-private cooperation. Port of Rotterdam has now taken the lead in developing the application further according to today's needs. 2 minutes, I'm going to make it. We had one big lesson learned in this process. Setting all competition aside works in our field of work. I believe in our port commercial department there can be a lot of competition and it's healthy, but as harbor masters we all have the same goal, safety first. So setting all competition aside made that for this we could do it with all the ports together, with all the harbor masters. Back to where I started. Collaboration, in my opinion, is the key to innovate, and not the other way around. The common factor in the mentioned two best practices is collaboration. Collaboration will lead to great innovations if you are working from the idea that parties in the port ultimately have the same interest. So don't start with the innovation and then look for parties who can help with it, but first put parties together who have to solve a real-time problem and then work towards the innovation. For collaboration, I always like to use the metaphor of a mooring line. So for a minute, close your eyes and visualize for yourself a beautiful mooring line that you saw or used in your work today, yesterday, 1 year ago, 10 years ago. Just put it in your mind. To me, this mooring line symbolizes the power of cooperation in shipping. A mooring line represents connection, trust, and strength. 3 essential qualities for working together. A mooring line consists of multiple strands, which give it its strength to hold the ship to its berth even when storms hit. So even if you remember nothing of my story, remember the mooring line. Collaboration leads to innovation. We will continue to look for new innovations this way in Amsterdam. And if you ever pass by, be welcome to join us. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Nice word from not a seafarer, the mooring line. That was wise words. The next speaker, now we are a bit after, but we started a little bit late, is Miranda Seichel. Yeah. Miranda's career within the division of the Harbour Master started 15 years ago when she had the privilege to be the first female manager at the division responsible for department patrol vessels with tasks in supervision, enforcement, and calamity abatement in Rotterdam. Since then, she has continuously expanded her expertise in managing operational departments in the organization. In 2016, she started as manager of the Harbour Coordination Center, and since 2023, she's Deputy Harbour Master. Her background before she started working for the Harbour Master lies in human resources, organizational development, people and change management. So she doesn't have this typical nautical profile, which you may expect from a Harbour Master, but her somewhat divergent perspective is of added value and highly appreciated. So you are welcome.
I will try to make it as short as possible. Well, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to stand before you on this occasion, and I would like to express my gratitude to, all the international delegates over here and the event organizers, as we have heard some interesting speeches the last few days, and I really enjoyed it. It's my first time at the International Harbour Organization, so I really enjoy it. I'm also not going to talk about diversity, but I hope you will not be disappointed about that and hope to get your interest as well. Well, I was already very firmly introduced, so I'm only going to add to say something about, I'm honored and eager to share our ideas and plans for the challenging future before us. And to say something about myself briefly, you heard something about my background, and that has something to do with my main motivator, because, I think it resembles what was just spoken about, collaboration and innovation, but my motivator is, teamwork. I really like to work in a team, to build a strong team, because I believe that collective effort and leveraging different perspectives that can make far greater impact than any one person could alone. And that is my strong belief in the way I want to work at the Port of Rotterdam. So maybe that has a little bit to do with diversity, because you want to include everybody in that team. Well, that brings me to invite you to the Port of Rotterdam now. I don't know if you know the port. A lot of you will know the port. We have officially authority in the port following the borders of the municipality at sea until 12 nautical miles. Our port is about 40 kilometers long. And, well, I will tell you a little bit more about the harbor organization, the harbor mass organization later. But that is just a map. On change and innovation, we see a lot of challenges ahead of us. And I think if somebody will dare to say still that the maritime world is a traditional world and we are not moving forward, well, in the last days, but over the last years, I will dare to say, look around you. We are moving forward. We are changing more and more rapidly, I think, even. But going forward is the key to tackle the major challenges we face. Primarily climate change. It is a theme, well, we talked about it here, and it's a theme we cannot dispute any longer. We have to prepare for the transition in the port and phase out the fossil fuels and phase in the sustainable energy sources. For the harbour master, this means make it possible that new fuels or energy carriers can call at our port. So how can we carry, bunker, use ammonia, methanol, hydrogen in a safe and controlled way? It's a big question. How do we deal with bigger volumes? How do we deal with the new risk regime in the port? We work in an international framework of the port readiness levels to gain more maturity in this field, with consequence for admission policy, spatial planning, risk profiles, calamity abatement, and so on. Another result of climate change is that we more often face extreme weather, which can lead to storms, and I will address that later in my speech. The second challenge we identified in Rotterdam and all around the world is the geopolitical situation. It draws our attention to resilience in the broader sense. Cooperation with stakeholders in security and especially national government and defense is entering a new phase. One lesson we have learned from the past is that we have to be able to respond to new situations and be agile in our strategy and operations. Then we have the digital transition. That is a chance and a challenge in one. Obviously, we can embrace and we have embraced new developments in automation and artificial intelligence. But at the same time, well, we have to invest in digital skills. And we have to trust in our technique, because we say it's about the people who work with the technique and not only about the technique. But, well, if the technique stops working, then we have to do something about our business continuity. So that's also a sorrow. Well, to summarize, we realize as a Port of Rotterdam that we have to develop an innovative culture and a way of working in order to maintain our position and to remain of real added value. Given these challenges, I would like to, well, stand still, tell you about three main topics in my presentation. The subject of protocol optimization has been addressed by my colleague Ben van Scherpenzeel earlier during this conference, so I cannot add anything, I think. That brings me to tell you, I'm going to tell you about something about the organization of the port, and I would like to talk to you about digital transition and the automation of notifications. And I'm going to conclude by addressing the response on extreme weather and what kind of measures we take. The Port of Rotterdam is a landlord port. We earn our money with land lease and port dues, and we invest our profits in the port and that gives us the position to work on our tomorrow's sustainable port, which is the essence of our purpose. At present, we are privatized with the State of Netherlands and the municipality, difficult word, of Rotterdam as our shareholders. And so our organization has a private and a public face. So I'll show you, like to take a look at the organization chart, and then you see, well, it's a bit special. We have this dotted line between the harbor master and the COO, because the harbor master is not answerable to the COO for his harbor master tasks, and therefore the dotted line. The harbor master is answerable to a committee of representatives of both national and municipal representatives. This committee meets 4 times a year, and our harbor master reports of our KPIs over there. So the harbor master is independent of the CEO for these tasks. Our harbor master division itself is organized in 4 departments, 3 operational departments, and the 4th department is our strategy, policy, and support staff. I will go a little bit further on that now. The Harbor Coordination Center, that is my department. It's the center of all operations where we prepare and coordinate port calls and all the activities during a port call, calamity abatement, and so on. So long-term planning of port calls and receiving notifications is very important and crucial to us. And this year we have been implementing a new concept, and we've been managing all operations from a front and a back office. I will tell you a little bit more about that later. The back office is staffed with an operational manager and 2 duty officers, 1 duty officer traffic management, and 1 duty officer supervision and enforcement. Then we have here our 2 beautiful traffic centers, of which we are very proud. In Rotterdam, we are divided into 11 sectors, and we deliver state-of-the-art VTS. And right now, we are building on a new system, and we have to keep building the following years, within the program Future VTS. We will adopt the newest technology, invest in decision support, and try to be ready for remote and autonomous shipping. Then we have the Department Ship and Environmental Safety that merged recently because it used to be the patrol vessels and the Department of Inspection. In order to encourage collaboration and exchange of knowledge, we have taken a step forward towards challenges of the energy transition, and therefore we merged the both departments to work together on the inland vessels and the seagoing vessels in 1 department. We have 3 dedicated vessels for supervision and law enforcement, and 4 vessels with firefighting capacity. Our inspectors or surveyors, if that appeals more to you, do mostly visit the seagoing vessels. And from our patrol vessels, we mostly visit the inland barges, which we have a lot of in Rotterdam. The organization of the Harbor Master is mainly organized in 3 processes. Well, you can read what the processes are. And we are aiming to change right now with a big program in a way that people don't stick to their own department and try and stay in their own cubicle, but by process-driven way of working and investing in collaboration. We want people to share data, share knowledge, and then we have the possibility of a flexible deployment of staff. Because, well, in Holland, staffing is a bit short. We are struggling to find skilled, trained people. It's difficult for us. Then I come to my second topic, and that is the automation of notifications. The bulk of notifications that is received by the Harbor Coordination Center is dealt with by automated systems. Exceptions are dealt with separate, with extra requirements by the operators on the Harbor Coordination Center. and communicated electronically to the shipping agents. We are aiming to work at a risk-driven way, so we then can be effective and adaptive in our planning. And therefore we have a system, it's called Port Assist, and Port Assist is our management by exception system. So the operators on the Harbor Coordination Center, they don't see every notification anymore, they used to. So we had made a big change on that. So it's automatically checks 6 items, and then the assessment goes automatically to the shipping agent, except for the exceptions. Then an operator still assesses it himself or herself. So on this slide, you see an example of the communication between the Harbor Coordination Center and the shipping agents. I'm looking to my left. 2 minutes, 2 minutes. Okay, well, I'll speed it up. You see, it's a traffic light system, and I think I don't have to explain a traffic light to you, so I'll just move forward. But it's really, I think it's valuable to tell you something about the back office of the Harbor Coordination Center, but because in the back office we work with a lot of graphs, all this automated notifications, they deliver a lot of data for us, and we work with a lot of graphs, so we can work in a risk-driven way, and that is very valuable, and it makes that we can work in another way, so that we can be there when we have to be there, and yeah. Then I'm going to say briefly something about the climate change and our focus on extreme weather. We approach this from a few angles, and one of the angles is, well, the ingoing vessel, the moored vessel, and the other is our wind models and the forecast of wind. We have a collaboration within our harbor with a lot of different parties, and that is, we call it Code Red. And whenever there's a storm coming, we call out Code Red, and then we all work together to have the common insight with the linesmen, with the pilots, with our operators, so that we can plan and that we know what we have in store, because we have, well, it's difficult to do it in 1 minute. We have a common insight in what is the capacity of the tugboats and the short tension and things like that. And furthermore, and then I'll finish, we are investing in a more reliable and effective wind forecast with, well, it's met with AI, and it's called the CFD model. And we are using it to predict the wind and to improve that further. So I will finish it off here. I'm not going to tell you about it. If you want to see something, you can, well, during lunch you can ask me questions. I told you something about the new challenges I see, the way we address these challenges and what we take in place, and our answer to extreme weather. So with that, I thank you. So, no, it's okay. Dangerous place here.
So thank you so much. I just we are short of time, but I want to allow one question, and I have one question here for Nancy. How can industry ensure diversity and gender equality is implemented on merit, or how you say, rather than just filling a role to meet a regulatory requirement?
This is a hard. I think it's about the implementation that counts. It helps if you just set the goals and make hard measurements on it. And I would always overestimate and say, okay, we want 60% women, because in the end, you know that maybe you end up halfway. And I think it just has to be done that way. It's no other option than just to go and aim for the hard figures and take the measurements on it every day that you do.
Thank you, Nancy, and I want to thank the whole panel. Thank you so much for your speeches. And now we have lunch, but is it Tanger Alliance who is speaking? Or you like to say something, Gary? Yeah, Tanger Alliance is the sponsor of the lunch, so I like to give her the possibility to speak.
Thanks a lot. Actually, I do have some thoughts to share, but because of we don't have much time, I'll try to squeeze my sentences to fewer words. I would like first to start with thanking the IHMA organization for giving us this opportunity to sponsor today's networking lunch. Secondly, I would like to address a special thanks to Tanger Med Ports Authority for endorsing the sponsoring of TAT to such a great Congress. I would like also to thank all the participants coming from all over the world, putting time and efforts to come here and be present with us in such a remarkable events. Actually, this is TAT's first intervention or participation in such Congress. I've heard from Gary that this is the 28th year and means the 14th edition. And I would like to congratulate all the audience, all the participants. And as we wish to give a remarkable and memorized passage of TAT, I don't know if it's possible to have just a 2-minute video introducing TAT. Okay.
Discover the power supporting Tanger Alliance, where our functions evolve the operations. In this special feature, we dive into the core of Tanger Alliance, exploring the vital roles of IT, HR, and management control through insightful interviews.
At Tanger Alliance, technology is the driving force behind our operation. Our IT infrastructure ensures seamless communication, real-time data analysis, and enhanced security.
From optimizing container tracking to predictive maintenance of equipment, our IT team plays a pivotal role in keeping everything running smoothly.
Our employees are the heartbeat of Tanger Alliance. We are committed to their growth and well-being, ensuring a diverse and inclusive work environment.
Through continuous learning and development programs, Tanger Alliance equips its workforce with the skills needed to adapt to the ever-evolving maritime industry.
Precision and coordination are imperative in terminal operations. Our team ensures that resources are optimally allocated and that processes are streamlined. We rely on data-driven insights to enhance efficiency. This allows us to anticipate potential challenges and proactively address them.
Collaboration among departments is key. Tanger Alliance Management Control Team role is to facilitate cross-functional communication and ensure operational harmony. As the sun sets on another day at Tanger Alliance Container Terminal, it's evident that the collaboration between IT, HR, and management control forms the bedrock of its operations' success. Tanger Alliance Container Terminal, where innovation, people, and excellence converge.
If you allow just one last testimony on behalf of Tanger Med Ports Authority, having assisted or participated hearing what Tanger Med Ports Authority has been doing behind the stage in a silent mode, I was astonished to know how many projects are ongoing for the safe for the safety of port operation. Not only safe, but safe enough to run smooth operation without stoppage. Thank you to the Harbor Master, to all Harbor Masters around the world. Thank you for creating a safe environment for terminal operations. We are very delighted because we are the only port operator present in the IHMA Congress in its 4th edition. Without further delaying the schedule of the Congress, I wish you a nice day, have a great afternoon, and enjoy your lunch. If you do have some questions, please do not hesitate either to approach me, Nabil, or Carlos for questions, or just to keep contacts for further partnership. Why not? Thank you so much and have a nice day.
Thank you. Now we have the general meeting. So I ask all commercial members to leave for lunch, and the members of IHMA to stay in the room. It will take about 20 minutes maybe. So we have a little bit later lunch, we members. So Gary, do you want to say something? Yeah. Is it okay?
Perfect. Sabrina, have we got the presentation? What we'll do afterwards as well, very quickly, is we'll take a picture of all of the members in the room here in front of the screen, so don't run off afterwards. Or outside, okay. All right. And then at the end of the Congress, we'll get a picture of all of the other members and everybody else in together. Members, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 14th Ordinary General Meeting. And it's fantastic to have everybody here. So without further ado, we'll get on with our business, which is a quick overview of what IHMA has done in the last 2 years. A quick look at the accounts, the Secretary's report, and then election of the officers of Council and Exco for the coming 2 years. So very quickly, and please feel free for any members to ask questions as we go and interact. It's not just a read it off the PowerPoint and go. You are the members. One thing I will say before we start is that this is a very successful Congress, both in the numbers of the people that are here, the work that has gone in the background by IHMA members themselves, and the income that we will receive from it. Without that income, IHMA would have a pretty shaky future because our membership costs from a point of view to be a member aren't high, at about £220, £230 a year, right? So the majority of the finance that makes up to support the Secretariat at IMO, the expenses of the members that we need to travel to Ayala and Piank to make contributions on behalf of our industry, comes from revenue like this from the Congress. So your attendance here we're very grateful for that. And certainly when you go home to your port companies, to encourage further attendance into the future at other events as well. It is what will keep IHMA going. It is voluntary. You can choose not to come, or you can choose to come and be members. So it's fantastic to see that you've chosen to come. Very quickly as we move on, I think the first business is to approve the minutes of the 13th, and they were circulated. No comments received. So we just need somebody who was at the meeting in KL to approve and second. Mike McGee, Carita, thank you very much. Carried. My report, very quickly. We started 2 years ago with a strategy to try and raise the awareness and the profile of IHMA. You don't need any profile raising in your own particular ports because everybody knows who you are. But as an organization, we do need to raise our profile and to keep our profile in a position so that many of the working examples of what we've seen here today, which are either issues of sustainability, digitization, diversity, inclusion, challenges for running a day-to-day port, can be put forward and can be woven into the structure of future regulations and guidelines that the IMO and other institutions will put together. So if you want to have your voice heard, the way to do it is to ensure that IHMA remains current, remains important, and remains heard at decision-making level. From that point of view, we felt that first, we didn't really have a presence. Everybody else has a presence in communications and media. So we took a communications company. They've been working with us for the last 2 years. We started with, I think, about 200 followers, and now we're up to nearly 2,000 followers, which is quite good. And the engagement is very good when we put out posts, particularly about Harbour Masters. Readers actually want to hear your stories. So any of the interviews that we've done with Harbour Masters have had fantastic traction and success. Any pictures and images that we get from your ports, we will promote, and those images are getting a huge amount of traction. The children's drawing competition for supporting seafarers is one of the most wholesome things that we have done in the last number of years, and it gets children involved in seeing who Harbour Masters are. So I would encourage you to support that. Here we have Melissa Williams from St. John's, and she's an ex-co-member, a council member that's missing today. We're present on all of these platforms now. I'm not going to go into it. You can follow them as you wish. Certain people might not be on Facebook, but they might be on LinkedIn. So the more support we get on this, the better. Contributions to the industry. Earlier on this year, we came together with these other 5, and Cherub were here. ICHA, everybody knows as well, or should know from point of view of Cargo Handling Association, to form an MOU and an initiative that would bring IHMA much closer from a point of view of feeding information into these organizations that again can put papers to IMO or highlight particular things that are happening in the industry. We've seen a lot of it here in the last couple of days. At IHMA, and I must personally thank the Secretary, and I think at the end of this we should all certainly acknowledge Sabrina's hard work and dedication. We may even do it now because she attends IMO for us. And I will say this genuinely, and many members in this room today will know this, unbelievably well respected in IMO, well known and acknowledged. So that work does not go without hard work, and we all know that sitting through an assembly meeting may not be the most riveting thing that you'll do in your day, but it is very, very important. There was notes there on that, but we have contributed to several joint papers, including the latest one with IMPA on shaft power reduction on ships from a point of view of the management of safe shipping and water, and with several other joint papers in the last 2 years to IMO that are now either at committee level or working their way towards committee level to make changes into the future type of guidelines and legislation. The Harbour Masters Diploma is going very well. I don't have the stats because I don't have them in front of me here. They're on the notes. But I think we put, was it 12 people through in the last 2 years? So the Harbour Masters had supported 12 bursaries in the last 2 years. Normally we only get 2. We increased it and we doubled it in the last 2 years. So we would encourage anybody who wants to follow the role with the Harbour Masters Diploma to do it. And it is an excellent course. It really is an excellent course. The launch of the towage guidelines, we had it this morning. That was a tremendous amount of hard work from a point of view of the people that were involved, because we're all busy Harbour Masters and then somebody asks you to sit down and write a chapter on licensing or safety guidelines or crew training, and you know how much time that takes. That was pulled together by a previous president, Kevin Richardson, who we did invite today, but he's going to a Bruce Springsteen concert tonight, so he couldn't come. But he did a huge amount of work to ensure that we hit the timelines and we did what we said we were going to do. We told the industry we were going to produce something. We told them we were going to produce a towage guideline. We announced it from the stage in KL, right? From the stage today, we have done the work we said we were going to do, which is important. And a special thanks, as I come to the end, I'm trying to not rush through this, but give the Secretary and the Treasurer time as well to give you the important information. Very, very special thanks to the EXCO Council and members for the last 2 years who have been a fantastic support to all of us, and particularly to me and to Sabrina as well. Ingrid, special thanks to you. You worked so hard in Algeciras to get things up and going, and you continue to work towards Rotterdam. So special thanks, Ingrid. Ben, particularly to you as well, port call optimization. How many congresses have we stood up and you have presented at? And slowly the momentum is moving until now. Port call optimization is the buzzword everywhere. We had 4, if not 5 presentations on it today. So you were a little like the Messiah. It took you a spell to come, but now you're here. And port call optimization is here. To Luik, where are you? He's missing. Okay, he's the new president because he's missing. Who stepped into the role when Anne-Marie retired from Marseille for the chair of the IHMC. The future of the IHMC is a little uncertain at the moment. We don't have a lot of traction there. It doesn't represent a lot of work at the moment. We had conversations with Isabel last night about how the IHMA and the European Harbour Masters would work closer with ESPO particularly, and I think that we will find a future for that as well. And certainly that is our founding cornerstone, IHMC. That's where it started. I was in Reykjavik around 7 or 8 weeks ago on vacation. I met the harbour master there, Gisley, working on his own, managing 253 cruise ships and a large number of container ships. I think about 400,000 TEU and fishing boats, and he's working on his own with one system. And in his office was the 1996 plaque from when IHMA was formed in Reykjavik. It was very nice to see it. Kevin, I've mentioned. Jos Leclerc, he started the ball rolling on towage, and he is here someplace today. He will give a presentation later. And of course, Gary. Without Gary's driving force, momentum, planning, stubbornness, and refusal to let any details slip, we wouldn't be having a good conference here now. So certainly there's a lot of other people to thank with that. There are the whole teams from Tanger Med, Meridisiac, and everybody else. But if there's a sole round of applause I would like you to give, it is to Gary. I'm going to hand over very quickly to Kevin for the Treasurer's report. Okay? Yeah.
I went to get the notes. So Treasurer's report, this is for the financial statement for the year ending 2022. It probably says 2021 there, but it's just a typo. We should really be delivering both 2022 and 2023, but we haven't wrapped up the year-end figures for 2023 yet. But I think it's reasonable to say that the way that the association has run, as Paul has already said it, we rely heavily on subscriptions for our annual operating costs, and then we rely on the revenue and the income from Congress to add the icing on the cake and to give us that little bit of surplus to try and grow. Gary's efforts this year are hopefully going to leave us in a very, very good position once we wrap up the accounts, but we'll wait until we wrap up the final account for this Congress to see where we are. But as we go through this report, hopefully what you will see is that the figures at the bottom in 2022 and 2021. 2021 was the year between KL, so that was the Congress that we didn't have in Tasmania and moving through, and that'll come slightly more evident as, on the next graph. But our subscriptions alone are not sufficient to cover the annual operating cost of the association. It's not a big difference. It's not something to panic over, but as Paul said, the financial viability of Congress is hugely important to us because that's how we are going to grow as an association. So in short, really, you can read the slide there, and they are available because they're published on the website, so I won't go into too much detail. Just look at it and say, our operating costs were $5,000 more than our income, and it really comes down to that. And 2023 will be a very similar set of circumstances. So in the review of subscriptions, and coming back to the idea of plans and stuff like that there, I think we have to recognize that there's a point we will have to balance out the income against the expenditure. So, and we'll do that over the coming months towards the end of the year when we reconcile whether or not what's next year's budget and how do we cope. It's evident there. You can see that with the impacts of COVID, so albeit the 2020 was cancelled in Tasmania, most of us, I'm going to say, stayed into it and the idea of a virtual conference, and that helped us. KL was basically a little bit of a hit, and that was about the legacy of COVID. And then there'll be a few things I think that we'll talk about later on, not necessarily at the AGM, but at various points in time to say how are we going to align better continuity of revenue streams and potential impacts so that we don't end up in that situation whereby, you know, one event impacts on how we derive our revenue. But obviously operating at a loss between 2022 and 2024. Cash in the bank at the end of 2022 is 205. Again, you can see that as a not-for-profit organisation, we don't look to keep a lot of money. We keep a reserve so that we've got enough for an operating cost for 1 year. I think that should be evident when we go through the money in the bank. So the NatWest deposit account is effectively our reserve. It's there to make sure that if we do have a bad year, we do have a bad event in COVID, that we had sufficient funds to manage through another year to get us into a better position. Coming back to the idea of how we will perform in this Congress, we might review that. That may be something that happens. But that's where we sit. Barclays, we run, the current account is basically the day-to-day activities of the organisation. You know, that's how we pay our bills. The savings account is just, again, trying to take a little bit out and put it in, and then the deposit account. And we're shifting accounts, or doing our best to shift accounts, particularly from the NatWest account. And we will have to review how we manage our accounts because of the way that current account is set up. It's a community account, and if we are too successful in terms of how we raise revenue, that means we might have to do a review. And I'll touch on a little thing that's not on the slides, but I'll do that whenever we come to approving or the accountants. So in short, I think that more or less says where we are. 2022, around about a 5K deficit. Subscription income, you can see there, is slightly down, and it doesn't cover our operating cost. And then the one thing, again, that at the moment, and this needs to be discussed, I think, on an ongoing basis, because of the way the bank accounts were set up, we took IHMA money, which was an individual euro account a number of years ago, and they basically were closing the account, and I think that had a little bit to do with Brexit or various other changes in regulations. So we ended up putting it into our main accounts. So the figures that were previously presented have got a proportion of IHMC money in it. And we need to have a conversation just about how and what we do with that money. So the first thing that I suppose we need a resolution and a vote on is to approve Lewis Brownlee, who are our accountants. They don't do a full audit on our accounts, but they do an approved inspection. That's not quite the proper word. It's an assurance report. That's what it is. And that was established back 2012, I think. And it suffices, it meets the legislative standard that we as an association have to do, if you like, to turn around and say that we're going through due diligence in our accounts. So for those members that are full members and eligible to vote, you're required to cast your vote to approve Lewis Brownlee as our accountants moving forward. So if I can ask you to raise of hands. Happy days, I think. Well, carried. Thank you very much indeed. The other thing that we're doing as an association, and again, this isn't on the slides, and it's probably a little bit of an update for some of the people here as well. we need to review we're a not-for-profit organisation, and we need to look at that in terms of how we are structured moving forward to make best opportunity to minimise our exposure to taxation. So we might find that we come back into 2025 with a report to basically turn around and say, we would like to change from a not-for-profit organisation to something else. A technicality in terms of just to make sure that we're measuring our exposure to taxation to minimise it or to avoid it if we possibly can. And we've asked Lewis Brownlee for a quote and given them a summary of what we would like them to investigate, and that'll be a piece of work that we'll pick up in July and move forward. And so at some point, I would say towards the end of the year, that'll be reported back to the association. This is a bit of a reminder really in relation to revised constitutional changes that were made in 2022 at KL. So we'll run down through them. We need to publish an up-to-date version of the Constitution and make it available. And we've had extensive conversations just about what we need to do with the Constitution moving forward to reflect a more modern and adaptive association into the future. So expect more on that there, I would say, as the year progresses. So if I can read that properly. So a new paragraph was put into Article 7, and this was to do with associate membership. So, and it was to try and broaden out the qualification. So it was amended to, they do not qualify for any other member category, but fully support the objectives of the IHMA. Such associate membership may have limited access to the website, or they do not yet qualify as any of the above, but aspire to the position of a harbour master. And again, that was coming back to possibly a little bit to do with the earlier discussions, which is about diversity and inclusion. It gives that opportunity to turn and say, if you're in a male-dominated industry and you're only going to get into the association if you get to that upper position, well, it's not exactly inclusive. It also maybe give us a little bit more revenue, which might not have been ignored either. Commercial members may have the right to access to policy drafting groups of the organisation and to sit on council as a co-opted member at the sole discretion of EXCO. Again, we rely on our commercial members to contribute to the association, and those subscriptions that we talked about earlier are not just the subscriptions of the membership, nautical membership. We have commercial members, and they're very important. Not only are they important, but they stood here throughout the Congress and turned around and gave us a whole lot of solutions to our problems. So if you take us as generalists in our own boards, they're the specialists that we need to rely on. So it was a way of giving them access into EXCO. So that was the reason for that constitutional change. And again, just to make sure the executive committee and vacancies, this was to do to making sure that we can manage the executive committee and hold ourselves to account. And this was changed to say they may be deemed to be de facto vacancies if an officer misses more than 2 consecutive meetings of EXCO without proper reason. And that's to say, if you want to be part of EXCO, then you have to participate. And then council vacancies, it's the same thing. It's basically to turn around and say, if you want to be there, you have to attend, you have to participate. So that's the conclusion, I think, of my report. I think we're going to hand over to, do you want to talk about this one, Paul?
Sure. We created the African Harbour Masters Association, and that has started last year. They had elections this morning, and they have selected a new president. So Captain Tanger is going to be their new president going forward, which is great news. Okay. And what we will do is, as an organisation, give you as much support as we can in order that we try and build resilience and more of a wider group for the African Harbour Masters. And Mr. Coffey, that was just here, we will engage with him as well from a point of view of supporting that. The regional committee of the IHMA, we have to make a decision on that in the future as to what we're going to do with it. But we'll come back to you with that. I do expect that we will probably call a special general meeting at some stage over the next 12 months to discuss some changes to the Constitution. We will circulate them first so that everybody can read them and understand what they are. And then when we convene, more than likely next year in 2025, we will put those changes to a vote for everybody to vote on. The structure and of both the EXCO, the council, the committees, and the regional committees needs an overhaul in order to have continuity as well. One of the things is we currently don't have a senior vice president or vice president-elect to step in if the president steps out. That's very important for continuity. We have built up a huge amount of contacts and networks, not only today in this room, but all over the rest of the industry as well. And the key thing about keeping those contacts and networks together is actually the person that is out there doing the meeting, and that's usually either the secretary, which is a critical position, or the president or the vice president coming in. So we must continue to try and keep those networks close to IHMA. The secretary's report, and Serena, do you want to just look at that? It's just for that one.
It's not much of a report, it's just more the numbers. When you see December 2023, that's changed since then. So we're back at it always goes in waves. So we're about at 200 again. It's frustrating because I think everybody's taken something from this Congress, and yet we're still at 200 years later. So, yeah, what I would say is if you have taken something from this Congress, please tell your friends and get them to join. And one question I get from new members is, what do I get for the subscription fee? And what I say is the list of what they get, but in my head what I'm thinking is, well, there's 200 members from over 50 different countries. What do you want from it? Like, I can't tell you what you want from it. You know, I've had in the last 2 years, I'm getting more and more requests to facilitate introductions between ports. Okay, great. If that's what you want from it, then go for it. Where's Quebec City? I facilitated 6 meetings 2 weeks before this Congress, and I think they've gotten what they were looking for. So, and if you're not, you know, if you're having problems getting the support of your port, well then let us know, because the executive committee, Paul can speak to the port, to the CEO, and because they benefit from it as well. They get the connections you get, so it's in their interest to have you as a member. So yeah, it is, your membership is what you make it. If you're not asking any questions, you know, there's some good conversations today. Good discussion at the end of one of the sessions that I think everybody liked, and if that's what you want to discuss, then put it on the forum, send me an email, that's it. But I think that's all I wanted to say. Oh, and please help yourself to a tie or a scarf.
We did increase the commercial members, and then some other members fell off. So it's not that you have a static change. You have new members coming in and some going out all of the time. Solomon Islands signed up as membership only 2 weeks ago, so there are new and more members coming in all of the time. Kylie signed up today. Well done, Kylie. So look, the membership does remain strong. There are obvious countries with different regimes that we find it difficult to interact with, the likes of Italy, which is the Coast Guard, Japan, which is the Coast Guard. So those areas are proved difficult. I actually did get a meeting with the Admiral in Italy, but it didn't go any further than that. They didn't follow it up, so maybe that's down to me. So I'll try and work on that. The last bit of business for us, I think, is the elections of officers and volunteers. Do you want to run through that?
Yeah.
So this is the list of people who have put themselves forward to sit on EXCO and Council, and because there are the same number of volunteers as there are vacancies, there is no need for an actual election. So just by a show of hands, you can approve if you're happy with this list. It was circulated a few weeks ago. And if anybody's interested in the future, please reach out.
Okay, thank you. For the new council members, a very warm welcome to the council, and promise that there will be a sufficient amount of work for you. for, for the council members that are stepping down, Gary, Karita, am I missing anyone else stepping down? EXCO members, excuse me, Karita, of course, yeah, EXCO members, and some of the council members have stepped down as well. Karita, how many years have you been in EXCO, or? Since 2015, and Gary, several years as well. So just to absolutely, from the bottom of my heart, to thank you for your contributions. Karita, you've been a champion not just of harbour masters in general, and I know that you don't generalise between male and female. You call yourself a harbour master, and that's it, and that's as far as you go. But what the work that you have done for IHMA and harbour masters, generally male and female, has been fantastic, and your representation has been superb. I'd like a round of applause, please. Gary, we've already given a round of applause to, and hopefully Gary will continue to stay close to us, as will Karita, for congresses into the future as well. So it has been fantastic. Before I close the AGM and people starve to death, is there any questions from the floor or any comments that need to be raised? What has to happen next is the new EXCO committee will go to the top room up there and just have a quick 5-minute meeting, because a president needs to be selected for the next 2 years as well. And then at the gala dinner, we will let you know who the next president is. Tomorrow, this evening, we will let you know where the next, where the meeting will be next year. Not that any of you don't know right at this stage, and in 2026, and we will have some presentations from the host harbour masters as well. So I will call this meeting to an end if there are no questions. And we'll pop down for a quick photograph if that's okay. And then we'll call that to an end. And the EXCO members, then, if you just come with me to the top. You want to go? Okay. Is everybody happy to just come outside the front door quickly for a picture? Yeah, thank you.
That sounds like news.
Sounds like a start entering the stage.
Ah, yes. So, for Vanya and Google. For Vanya and Google, they will come after that? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome again in Tanger and in the Congress of IHMA. It's our last session, number 10, and I hope we will finish with a quick session to let then all the audience move to Tanger and be prepared for the gala dinner early. So, the maritime industry actually is experiencing a wave of digitalization and the wave of new technologies used in all operation, safety, security aspects. And our ports, mainly the harbour master, are in the forefront of this movement. Today, we will dive into the critical role of the human capital training and development, and how it plays a great impact on equipping our officers and harbor master with all the tools and skills they need to navigate this ever-changing landscape. So I'm humble, and thanks to Gary and the IHMA committee and also the harbor master of Tanger to choose me to moderate this panel with such an esteemed panel experts who will be presenting with the harbor masters and all the experts here. So in this session, actually, we will talk about the new trends of training and development, talking about 3D modeling, simulators, and all the tools that can be on disposal of the port officer to be used for the changing world of the maritime operations. So please, a warm welcome to our first speaker, Mr. Jos, who is actually a captain with over than 35 years of experience in the maritime world. He is the CEO of Legistro, and his expertise is in port operations, logistics, transportations, and technology, and in many other areas. So during his career at sea, Captain Jos Leclerc was specialized in gas carriers and oil tankers. Ashore, he has the opportunity to work and collaborate in the strategic development of several major Canadian port authorities, such as Port Metro Vancouver, Montreal, and the Port of Quebec. Throughout his many years in the maritime sector, he used his big experience to develop strategic, tactical, and sustainable operation solutions in response to a multitude of complex and diverse problems related to safety, security, decarbonization, environmental protection, and the human factor. Please welcome Captain Jos Leclerc.
Hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to apologize of not being here the last 2 days. I had some issues with my spouse who had some health issues, but everything is okay, and I'm very glad to be here at this 14th edition of IHMA Congress, and especially in Morocco, where I have a lot of very good friends, and the Port of Tanger for welcoming us here today. The remote is
Just to be here. Yeah, that's it.
Here?
Yeah.
Okay. As Hisham said, I'm Jos Leclerc, President and CEO of Logistro Consulting International, based in Vancouver, founded in 2008, and we provide maritime services around the world with local presence in the Middle East, in West Africa, and North Africa. First of all, I would like to just say that this presentation was supposed to be a lecture for a university student. It's supposed to be 2 hours. I'm going to do it in 15 minutes. First of all, I would like to bring some terminology. You know, we are using a lot of words in this new area of technology. Then, first of all, is the distinction between digitization and digitalization. The former, it's about converting and recording data. The second one is focusing on new processes and workflow to enhance the overall manual systems. The second point also is the distinction between intelligence and smartness. I argue that to be smart, you need to be intelligent. And I have seen around the world a lot of organizations that spend a lot of time in intelligence, building people, training, solid process, strong structure, organizational, and very good procedures. And they were the ones that really benefited from the integration of technology to speed up processes, to speed up operation and activities. Now talking about digitalization, you have heard about the MAS, the Marine Autonomous Surface Ship. And IHMA, one of the roles of the IHMA is to help define the new regulation that will be approved by IMO down the road. And I'm honored, and with Gary here, we are sitting on the IMO mass working group trying to, again, develop the new code for mass vessels. Is it an evolution or a revolution? Everyone has his point of view. I will not give you mine. But during my lifetime, I'm getting old enough. I didn't see the sailing boat time, but surely I have seen the trend from sailboat to now electrical vessels. I was talking to some individual today about tugs, electrical tugs and all that. You know, we went from very manual labor work on board ship and even in ports to now automation, and we've seen that in terminals around the world. Even from a training perspective, we've seen moving from apprenticeship to now regulated STCW training and so forth. There's even right now we are talking, there's a review of the STCW in light of what is coming down the pipe. The drivers, cost, efficiency, safety, question mark. Then there was a study from Roland Berger in 2022, and they have looked at over 150 organizations and companies in the maritime domain that went into the digitalization adventures. And they found out that after 10 years, 70% of the companies were still in the initiation phase, okay, still in the planning and budgeting. And why I'm saying that is because, you know, going that journey, you really need to think about it. It's very resource intensive and need a lot of planning. The benefit, if you look at the literature, because I'm looking around at what is going on and reading, there's a lot of articles about mass, the benefit from a shipping perspective, but I didn't see a lot from a port perspective. I found this article from AIMLEC 2021 looking at the benefit of mass for ports, and the major benefit were the 5 ones, and with the most prominent being the reduction of operational cost. In terms of challenges, we know that they're going to be operational management challenges, all the technical management of the ships, how we're going to deal with the repairs and issues. All the handling of ships will be also something that ports will need to think about. And again, I'm here for human element, the training and skills that will be required. It's important. There was this study from Osborne, and it was for the IMO, and they basically said that there will be an impact, you know, being mass or digitalization, and the future labor will need to have an extra skills in you know, technologically savvy and things like that. And again, you know, as a former harbor master, we've seen we now a harbor master need now to know almost everything, okay, from operation to safety, security, environment, and now all this technical aspect. It was very interesting because they look just as a crane, you know, a gantry train operator, and they studied what it took to retrain a gantry train operator into a remote gantry train operation, and it was very, very complex. They didn't expect that. Then I'm just giving you some insight about this digitalization and full automation. Now the companies going forward and looking to move into that area, they did a lot of work in the culture. It's really a culture change, and there are many ways to do that, but there is this step framework about segmentation, the transition, looking at all the roles that will migrate, the education, very important, ensuring a continuous learning, and all the work that will need to be done in terms of performance. Now, Going forward, there are really three levels that an organization need to look at from a human element. It's at the strategic level, building a master plan that will ensure that the vision and the objective will be set up from day on, the resource also. The understanding, what is the scope of this strategy, and also how the ecosystem will be able to interact. From a tactical level, it's going to be more, I guess, from the harbor master department. It's going to be really to understand what does it mean. As you know, IMO has identified 4 levels of automation. Level 1 being, with the ship on board able to take over, all the way to level 4 where the vessel is supposed to take his own action. Then this will be an important matter for a harbor master and people in port to understand. Also looking at all the system and reviewing, ensuring that there is an adequation between today and hopefully tomorrow. The port-ship interface is very important. How the port will interact with the vessel. More importantly, the remote control center interface. As you know, right now at IMO, this is one of the main elements that we are talking about. This remote control center that will basically manage these mass vessels will be an important actor within the ecosystem, how the port will interact with all of that. The interaction between autonomous and conventional vessel within the port jurisdiction, all the operation and emergency, and the safety management system. Then already between the strategic and tactic level, now you can go down to the concept of operation, where you're going to be able, and you're going to have to, deal with all your stakeholders. Who is going to be responsible for that? Involve everyone to ensure that everyone is aware of what is going on and what will be the future. And this is very important because, as you know, this is going to be requested for the mass vessel. From the classification society, they're going to request a concept operation also for the vessel. Then I think it's going to be an important tool for the harbor master and ports. Again, networking and the overall ecosystem management. Now, again, human element, I'm not going to spend a lot of time, but as you can see, it's going to be very critical to have a strong strategy in terms of resource. And why? Is because they are very scarce. Already today, we have hard time to find, the skills and the ability, and it's going to be even more complicated. Then collaboration with academia and university. I know a lot of ports already have been engaging and building bridges to try to attract applicants with necessary skills. The robust structure around digitalization for this specific project, they are quite different animal. And I know that. I went through the digitalization of the Port of Vancouver operation. And I can tell you that it's very, very complex. Leadership support, you need a champion, and ensuring the mechanism to regularly enforce and evaluate the impact of digitalization, within the port, but also with all the stakeholders. Change management, as you know, this is a critical piece. If you don't work on that, if you are not prepared for that, you have very, very little chance of success. You have also here to have a plan, involve everyone. Now, in terms of training, as you know today, and especially since COVID, training has changed dramatically. And a lot of studies has been done. There's one from Atos Scientific Community in 2021 that showed that over 50% were really saying that hybrid courses and learning 2 to 4 hours a week were the best and optimal way to train. There is also the importance of the content delivered by professionals and experts. Customer service, I will go through that, but also very important to have in mind when you're going to move through digitalization. especially if you're looking to digitalize just one department, from customer service, they see the port as a whole, then ensuring that the interconnection between department and flow of data is optimal. All the performance KPIs and follow-up of customer. Now, in terms of recommendation, there was a study from Malam in 2020 about this autonomous environment, and really 5 elements came out as a threat. Then the trust, what do we know about this autonomous vessel, how it's going to work? There's a lot of trust issue there. The awareness and understanding, this is, I look at it more as a port community issue. Tomorrow you're going to say to your citizen that you're going to have a fully loaded tanker coming to your port with no one on board. What will be the reaction or the thinking? We saw it just with the COVID. Within the same country, we had port that allowed for shore leave for seafarers, and other didn't allow it within the same country. Then this also will be a very important concern. The control also, what happens if there is an issue, training and organization, and the practical implementation on this kind of technology. We talk about the culture change, the machine and operator interface. There was a study done, and they said by 2030, 50% of the companies will have a robotic companion on their side at work. Then what does it mean from a port perspective? Yeah, and we talk about the shortage of skill and personnel. Change management, we talked about all that. And finally, and this is why I wanted, you should take the thing big, but start small. I always believe in pilot project to ensure that you grow up and you show success, and you bring engagement and commitment. As you see the picture, this was the operations center. As you see, we were 9 people when I came, and when I left, we were 90 people. And it was a self-sufficient, financially sustainable operation. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Captain Jos. Thank you for being on time. Thank you for this insightful presentation. I think as a harbor master professional, we should be ready and to be a smart port for smart vessels. So now let's move to the second presentation by Captain Wilson Gary, my friend from IHMA Congress Organization Committee. So he is a former president of the UK Harbour Master Association. He is currently an IHMA council member, a fellow of the Nautical Institute, and the chairman of the Nautical Institute's Chartered Master Mariners Verification Committee. He is the director of Artemis Nearshore Consultant, and he got over 25 years experience in senior port management. He is a former harbour master of Port of Melbourne, and also the Port of Albany, Bunbury, and also he was at sea for 25 years with the UK's Royal Fleet Auxiliary Service. Captain Gary, please, the floor is yours to make a presentation about UNCTAD Train for Trade program.
Yeah, good afternoon again, everybody. You've had enough of me, I think. I'm actually doing this one, as you can see on the slide there, adapted from a presentation developed by UNCTAD. When I retired 2 years ago after that, exactly 50 years at sea, I retired and wanted to give something back. And this is what allows me to do it. The UNCTAD Train for Trade The UNCTAD Train for Trade Port Management Programme was set up to allow developing countries to be able to upskill their port managers through experience. It's a program that takes these 8 topics, excuse me, and allows the young up-and-coming managers in ports around the world in French, English, and Spanish to be able to become upskilled. The program is supported by Irish Aid, by various other ports, and by national regimes. It just allows people to grow and develop. We've seen how important that is. We look around today and we see lots of young people. We see people coming through the industry, which is excellent. I was invited to do this by Mark Assaf, the head of the program, when we were here in Africa, in Morocco last year. And since then, I've been to Ghana, to Bohol in the Philippines, and more recently to Dar es Salaam in Tanzania. These are the advantages that are given by UNCTAD to try and persuade ports to sign up to the program. The real advantage is seeing the faces of the students, of the delegates, to see how hard they work to be able to complete what is in fact probably a degree level course. To see those young junior managers come back in 5 to 10 years' time as senior managers, as CEOs of ports, is what is important. As I say, 8 modules. 3 of them are very much marine, and it's those first 3 that are really, really important to be able to develop fully fledged, fully knowledgeable port managers who are experts in the marine side of it, but then moving on to the HR, to IT, to finance, to commercial, to get that full rounded understanding of our industry. And these are some of the pictures of the courses that go through. It's a family, they are dedicated, and they make lifelong friends. The English-speaking version of it is actually one of the smaller. The French is a very big network, and especially in Africa, and the Spanish network in and around the sort of the Caribbean and the Spanish influence. The ports themselves provide trainers who generally have come through the program, but are also then trained up on the subject. There was a Train for Trainers course just recently in Cork, in Paul's port, and the benefit of the relationship with Paul is that we gain new members for IHMA. We'd be able to extend the influence. And the real reason for it today is to talk to the ports that are here, to think about either getting to know the program, to joining the program if you already haven't, or to supporting the program. And it's a plea to the harbour masters to go to your port managers and consider becoming members of the Train for Trade port management program. And I put that one up, if you remember, from day one. The reason that the IMO Secretary General is not here is because he's there. And equally, the reason that Mark Assaf is not here to do this presentation himself is that he's also out in Barbados, and he's just posted about the Port Endeavour game that we would have been playing had he not taken it away. That's all I wanted to say on that topic. As I say, it's been a pleasure for me, and hopefully we'll carry on with the rest of the day and wrap up very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Gary. So let's move now to the next presentation by Captain Mohammed Rafouk, who starts his seagoing experience in 1990 and was maritime pilot since 1999 in different ports and maritime environments. He joined Tanger port in 2006 and was a key figure of the embryonic pilotage organization. So he is actually a chief pilot in Tanger Port Complex and the director of the Simulator Training and Development Center. Please welcome Captain Mohammed Rafouk to make a presentation about the Tanger Marine Simulator.
Thank you, Isha, for the nice presentation. Assalamu alaikum. So, dear guests, let me welcome you to Tanger. It's a pleasure to see you all gathered here. And this is also my tour to welcome you in the beautiful city of Tanger and in our port of Tanger. So, here's the device. Okay. So, I'm also here as an IHMA representative, as I'm advisor in the advisor committee for the executive board of the IHMA, International Maritime Pilot Association. And in that perspective, I'm sharing with you here a presentation made by Paul Oregon, your honorable president, which is not in the room now. And that was during the last session of IHMA Congress held in Rotterdam a few weeks ago. And I would also like to come back a little bit to yesterday's presentations. And yesterday, maybe some of us, I was deeply moved by a testimony from Prima. So Prima, with the heartfelt emotion, recounted her profound impact when a guy from a terminal explained to her that when he's coming to remove ship in stormy conditions, his thoughts goes to his wife and his children, his kids, and he think that it might be that he might never see them again. And in regard of this, so I look to all of you here in the room, and also with some kind of heartfelt. I would like to explain that this kind of fears is also fears that are common for pilots. When they are in stormy conditions, climbing the pilot ladder, they think that maybe they will never see their beloveds. So what we can do all together just to improve this condition, this worker condition, this pilots of your good ports condition. What we can do is to support the new regulation that is will be discussed on the next month in June, precisely at the IMO, and this regulation aims to pursue the best outcomes for the pilot safety worldwide. So please join us in June, your honorable members, your organization, to make this possible together at the IMO. So when we are back to the simulation, so our challenges, all of us, across the world, we are facing the same issues. So ports congestion, climate change, conducting to higher wind effects and stronger tides, currents, flows, especially in river ports, like we have many in Africa. And also, I would like to be aligned on what Desiree Kofi said this morning, that I don't see a lot of African representative in the room during these 3 days, and maybe there is something you can improve for the next sessions in regard of that. So we are also facing an increased pressure to host bigger ship size, whilst port infrastructure is still almost the same for decades already, and it's very, very difficult and very expensive to enlarge basins, or maybe impossible to do that. But we are facing ship gigantism, and all of us in some of our responsibilities are facing the rising question: will the ship be safe enough when entering our port? Will the pilot be skilled enough to handle it? Is there any challenges that we may help to make this done in a safe manner? So that's some of the questions we are raising here. And the simulator, if you can go to the next one. The simulator is a fantastic tool that can help us to find answers to the questions raised before. So the goal of a 3D simulator such as Tanger Marine Simulator is, the simulator is already operational for the past 14 years already, and we are now in the process to renew it, to have a new facility for the next couple of years. So and the 3D simulator help to determine the port's capacity to accommodate large ships, especially with the trend towards the ship gigantism, as I said, and also to assist in preparing for arrival of bigger ships in our port. This is also a fantastic tool to train our people, to have more skilled people. And as you said, we need to have a good human factor to face our challenges. And our challenge is to have skilled people when we receive these big ships, and they are not surprised. They feel like it's something that they have already realized before, even in a virtual simulator. So we in Tanger Med we have a simulator. I'm trying to skip some passages since and not to be redundant with what was said yesterday by Amin during his presentation. But it was a brilliant presentation, and I'm trying to not to be redundant. But in Tanger Med we have a DNV Class A compliant tool, and this is a state-of-the-art simulator. And the difference between our simulator, because you can find a big range in the simulation in the simulation field. The people, when they are in the bridge in the simulator, they are acting like they are doing in the real life, and the immersion is effective, and it's helping to have better results when we are assessing the ship reaction, but also how people are dealing and reacting with the condition, especially when we are facing harsh conditions. So in Tangermed simulator, we can do the whole range to prepare the simulation from the ship modeling with the area modeling. We can create ship models. We can also assess how these ship models are reacting according to our pilots' background, so they can have this double vision and help us in tuning our ship models. We can also enter the climate studies in the simulator. So that's all the elements needed to have a good simulation and a very realistic one, even in the virtual simulator. So with the Tangermed engineering partners, we can also conduct feasibility studies to identify potential increases in terms of capacity in terms of ships, capacity in terms of underkill clearance. We can also make fostering studies for cost-effective ways to overcome constraints in existing ports. And possibly one of our main challenges in Tangermed was to build a robust wind model predicting tool, since we have this geography between two continents in the Strait of Gibraltar, and when we are challenged by two seas and many currents and also many wind tunnels. So when we are working in the simulator, we try also to be as realistic as possible, as I said, and we always make this comparison to see if what we are doing in the simulator copes with reality, and if we are doing always the same. It's also for us the opportunity to prepare the safe strategy to host big vessels. As you may see here, you have a double video. The one on the left side is a video from the simulator for a 400 meters vessel length, and the one on the right down is the real one, the same view and the same strategy adopted for the maneuver. So this makes us more confident when we are setting our strategy, and when we are giving a professional opinion about the feasibility of a study. So when we are talking about Tangermed pilots, we are talking also about 14,000 calls realized last year with a team of 30 pilots, and an increased demand for ultra-large ships. And you may see that last year was more than 2 digits increase for this ultra-large container ships. And but we are also challenged from the beginning. I would highlight that the design ship for the Tangermed 1 port was 350 meters length in 2003, and at that time it was only 10,500 TEUs on board. And quickly, at 2007, for the inaugural opening, we received the E-class vessel, already 400 meters length, but only with 13,500 TEUs. And today we are receiving every week, 5 or 6 times a week, vessels with more than 24,000 TEUs on board. And some may say that it's the same ship, the same ship's length, sisters maybe. So I don't agree. We are not in the same dimension. We are talking about 300,000 tons of displacement. We are talking about more than 2.3 hectares lateral windage area. We are talking about bigger draft vessels, 17 meters. So with the underkeel clearance, depend of the underkeel clearance, we have also a huge current force with this new generation of vessels. And the graphic in the center shows you from 2007 to 2021 what was the increase in terms of capacity for these vessels. So again, coming back to what we are doing together in collaboration with our subsidiary Tanger Engineering, we are making a big efforts towards our continent to share our knowledge and also to share what we are doing, the best practices. And the Tanger Engineering is offering tailored catalog and very holistic one for all the ports jobs, if I can say, and here we can see many of our visitors, and also the visit of the previous IMO General Secretary in Tanger Marine Simulator. So I will not come back to what was presented yesterday, but you can see that Tanger Engineering range of action is very wide in Africa, and this is some of the trainings that has been already done in Tanger with the harbor master officers, with the pilots, and also with the other people working in Tanger in the terminals and so on. Some of the testimonies of people passing through our simulator. And if you have more questions regarding my presentation or the one you have yesterday from Amin, you can contact Amin or contact me, and I will be pleased to answer your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Captain Rafouk. We are also proud that our port is actually equipped with such facilities where our pilots can test reality before reality tests them. So thank you so much. And it's also beneficial in terms of cooperation with our African colleagues and the trainings they are performing each year within the Harbor Master Office and also the Tanger Pilot Simulator Center. Thank you. So now let's move to the next presentation by Captain Mike Maggie, who is the Group Harbor Master of RAK Ports. He will talk today about the Harbor Master training in RAK Port. He is actually he joined RAK Ports in July 2015 with the mission to structure marine operation to the highest standards and the vision to realize new business opportunities for the port. Captain Michael Maggie is a first-class master mariner and the Harbor Master of RAK Port. After 15 years as a seafarer with the British Merchant Navy, he joined several companies, several ports with major roles of Harbor Master, Towage Manager, and VTS Manager. Please welcome Captain Mike Maggie.
Good afternoon. That was a kind introduction. Thank you very much, IHMA. Okay, so I'm going to tell you a bit today about RAK Ports training. It's really transformation, actually. We transformed things from when I joined in 2015, and we've got to the position where we are today. And I'm going to briefly take you through that journey. So RAK Ports is a port group in Ras Al Khaimah, which is the most northern emirate in the UAE. It's probably the least known of all the ports. You'll have all heard of DP World and Jebel Ali and Abu Dhabi ports and Fujairah, but Rackports is equally as big. It's just not known about. So we handle about 80 million tons of bulk cargo a year. The port is the main port, the most northern one, is adjoined to the largest limestone quarry in the world. And it is literally just across the road. The materials come in over a bridge into the port, dumped onto the quayside and loaded. We handled ships up to Cape size. They can load about 180,000 tons of cargo. We also handled tug and barge combinations. They amount to about half of the trade at the port, and they can load up to about 25,000 tons of cargo on the deck of the barge. So we actually have quite a big operation going on, 3,000 ship calls per year, and we have quite a diverse staff. So moving on, we do all of these services ourselves. We don't contract in towage or mooring hands. Everything is done through the Marine Department under the Harbour Master, and some of the operations we do are actually quite technical. And our towage is up to 80-ton bollard pull ASD tugs. So that is the department structure. I don't expect you to be able to read that, but it's quite complex. There's 7 different levels. We only have one lady, unfortunately, and she's been with us a couple of years, but the Marine Department didn't even have a ladies' toilet, so she had to be in a separate building from where I was at. But that is something we do need to work on. So the starting point for myself was I joined in 2015. I inherited a department that was had varied motivation, varied training, and the staff had all sorts of motivational issues. There was a lot of poor discipline in that we have a diverse socio-economic workforce of 16 different nationalities, and they often didn't get on, and there was issues that we needed to deal with, and I must have sacked at least 10 people in the first year that I was there for quite significant issues. The certification of mainly the tug masters was very poor. Some of them had inland waterway certificates that weren't STCW, so they weren't actually supposed to be driving the tugs, which needed to be dealt with. So the other thing, the most important thing, there was no career progression. The people who were recruited to the port, they had no opportunity to improve themselves. They stayed put where they were. So that didn't inspire most of the staff. So we needed to identify a career path. And we set up a training institute. We got it licensed to do STCW training for just the basic 5 skills, which is necessary to be at sea. And we trained all of our staff. We only train internally. We don't train external staff because it can cause issues with other training establishments in the UAE. And we purchased a pilot boat, which might seem like an odd thing to put on the list, but that will become apparent shortly. And we started training. So the very lowest skilled worker, the least paid, is a mooring hand. Now the mooring hand, really, it's tough work. They're just out on the quayside. It's very hot in the UAE in the summer. It's dusty, and it's not really a particularly fun job for anybody to do. Now, by actually developing our own STCW basic skills institutes, we were able to train our mooring hands to the basic skills to actually be a seaman. We taught them seamanship skills, and we started transferring them onto the tugs, which is a much nicer job. Still a little bit better trained, but quite low on the salary scale. The pilot boat we bought meant that we needed new trained people, which a coxswain. A coxswain was someone who needed some skills, and it's important to get the pilot on and off safely. They needed to be put through all sorts of drills. It was on the job. We recruited a coxswain who was skilled at another port, and he trained our staff. So we now had a route from a mooring hand to a seaman to a coxswain. Now, we told the coxswains, now, if you get trained up on the pilot boat, you sit for a certificate of competency, we'll train you up on the job to become a junior tug captain. And a junior tug captain is effectively on the smaller conventional tugs, twin screw tugs, which are not so sophisticated as the ASD. We were then able to bring in Kotug, which is a big Rotterdam-based company, towage company, who gave specialist training to the tug masters to get them up to ASD, which are the big, powerful tugs that handle in the big, heavy ships. So we can actually progress the tug master on, and we have done it. With one tug master, we progressed him to Class 2 pilot. Now, that's not a major jump. They're only allowed to pilot tug and barge combinations and small vessels. We don't think we have the candidate yet to go up to a Class 1 pilot who can take in all the big, heavy ships into the port. But I think that some of our personnel in the system will actually be able to make that jump at some point in the future. We do have other routes, mooring hands. We've moved into admin staff and then into VTS staff. They have to obviously do the V103 training. And we've had mechanics become coxswains and then tug masters. And no one has actually moved into management yet, but that is something that we will work on and try and move people through to. So to conclude, this whole process has been really quite transformational. There's intangible benefits that we didn't see at the beginning. And it gave the individuals who were moving up the order more self-respect. They were able to command a bigger salary, and that's very important when you're very low paid. It gave them job satisfaction. It gave them fulfillment, and it gave them other benefits, such as when you earn over a certain threshold, you're allowed to move your family to the UAE and you can sponsor them for a visa, which is quite a big deal. And to the business, it basically gave us a much higher standard of teamwork. The staff started to care a lot more about their environments. They kept the tugs in good order. They kept their whole environment spick and span. Discipline just transformed. We had no disciplinary issues. Attitude was good. Everybody wants to make the next step. And it basically induced loyalty. And it gave us control of our staff. We didn't have to start recruiting externally. We could start this whole process internally, and we start looking at the mooring hands now, rather than just recruit somebody off the street effectively. We are starting to look at what are their cognitive abilities, could they make the next step? We can control them through the system, and it's cost effective for us. We're not turning over staff. We don't have disciplinary, and it's basically, we have created a system that anyone who wants to succeed, they can succeed. So this is Kumar. He was the first person to make his way up. He actually was a seaman, and he's now a senior ASD tug captain, and he could go on further. It depends how we want to develop him and what his appetite is to go further. And we do have one mooring hand who's made his way up to be coxswain, and he's now on the threshold of becoming a junior tug master. Now, this is impressive for people who, some of my staff don't speak English very well. Some of them are illiterate, and we've had to teach them basic skills like English and how to read and write. And it has been a transformation. It's been a journey for me as the harbour master. I've thoroughly enjoyed it, and I think we still have a lot of work to do. Even when we get it exactly as I want it, there'll still be more work to do then. So thank you all for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Maggie. Actually, congratulations. we can feel the achievements and how you restructure RAC ports to have a better harbor master team with focus on efficiency. Thank you. So now I will invite Captain Gugu Doob and Captain Vania Clouet from our friends in South Africa, from Transnet, to join us on the stage to make a quick presentation. Please welcome Captain Gugu Doob and Captain Vania Clouet.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know it's a graveyard shift, but we won't bore you. We won't even take lots of your time. We are here to present the Women in Maritime South African story. I'm not going to dwell too much on the IMO and UN and African Union strategies and agendas for the gender diversity, because the colleagues earlier on before lunch, they've spoken much about how this whole thing started of diversifying and gender equality in the maritime sector. We all know that the program that was initiated about the IMO in 1988, which determined and also built a program for women because they were the doors for in the institutions were not open for. Sorry. Okay. I'm not going to go through all that because you already know about the sustainable a goal, gender goal to develop women and girls that was initiated by the IMO in 1988. Recently, we've seen that most of the institutions, especially universities, have changed. They've also have programs that is also assisting women and girls to get a career path on maritime industry. We know the aspiration of IMO, we know the aspiration of UN and AU, and then currently the reality of women. I know Ulisa has spoken about the 2% of the 1.2 million seafarers out there at sea, 2% being women only. I think that South Africa has progressed very much on that front. We have created vast majority of women in the maritime industry. South Africa has adopted the saying that says that you teach a woman, you teach a nation in its true sense, because we've created women that are in the maritime industry and they are very resilient in the maritime industry. I will hand over to Vanya, Captain Vanya, to tell us more of our story in South Africa. How have we progressed from the start of the 1988 program up until today? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Vanya Kluter. I'm the Harbour Master in the Port of Mossel Bay in South Africa, 14 PA. On the slide that you see on the screen, just to mention, this presentation was also done at the IHMA last year, so we've been requested to try and bring it forward again today, just to show what has been done in South Africa, as my colleague has indicated. So the general drivers of low numbers, as you can see, is basically it comes down to policies and regulations, problems of acceptance in these environments, and then we've also noted the lack of basics for women seafarers on board vessels, dealing with prejudice and stereotypes, and then the constant need to prove your competency as a woman in the industry. Then the lack of mindfulness and consideration from fellow employees or colleagues, and then lack of information and promotion of sea careers in the various areas. Then we've also just noted some of the aspects that you need to focus on to create a conducive environment. Some of them being obviously the commitment to change. You need to have to basically make bold moves in order to make these changes in the maritime sector, and then also changing culture and the perception of what the maritime sea careers are. Then what we've also experienced in our organization is the changes to our policies and legislation or regulations in terms of the maritime sector, and then investing in the human capacity and in human capital in your company. So that's just some of the areas that I wanted to note, as well as creating economic opportunities. Then when I come to the story, the South African story as we call it, we note that there is obviously various work that is being done amongst African countries. South Africa is one of the leading countries when it comes to the progress that has been made in terms of gender equality and diversity. This has also come through, as Gugu has indicated, from 1998, 1999, where the country focused quite heavily on transformation. Transnet, then known as Transnet Portnet or National Ports Authority, started these programs for transformation and then started in 1999 with one female. Today we have more than 500 female employees across our whole port system, which ranges from the maritime sector, tug masters, pilots, harbour masters, port managers, engineers, in our infrastructure departments, as well as our berthing services. TNPA intentionally developed in-house training and development programs. I know we also work with the Port of Rotterdam with our pilot training programs to create the human capacity that is needed for the business. Policies, company policies were revised to assist with the progressive transformation processes. And then the available training programs that we focused on as cadet training, which we still focus on today, marine officers for port operations, which includes deck and engineering, vessel traffic services, and then our ratings or crew on board our craft as well, deck and engineering, and then terminal operations. So the structuring of these programs is to assist in the development of employees in the maritime sector, progression, as well as succession planning. So in our areas, we start off as a tug master, for example, working your way to a marine pilot, up through the various licenses of a marine pilot, deputy harbour master, and then also into some other areas in our management, which includes port management, as I indicated earlier. This is just some pictures that we've included. Here you can see for International Maritime, Women in Maritime Day. For last year, we've got some facts there where we had 31 marine pilots last year, 37 tug masters who were female, 33 marine engineers, and then you can also read there as well 4 harbour masters. So out of our 8 ports in South Africa, 50% are female harbour masters. And then I will move on. And on the one side, you can see our berthing staff that consists of women as well. Some more pictures from where we started. As you can see, female tug masters, pilots, harbour masters, and then our transformation journey that started in 1999 with various of our colleagues across the port system. And I think I forgot to even mention that we have aviation helicopter pilots, because we obviously transfer some of our pilots in the Port of Durban and Richards Bay with helicopter, and there we have female aviation pilots as well. And then just some highlights throughout the story from when our transformation started in 1999, inclusive of men in our transformation process when it comes to diversity. There have been more than 20 harbour masters and deputy harbour masters that have been produced through this programs that we've put in place in Transnet. More than 200 marine pilots, tug masters, and then more than 150 chief engineer officers. So the ongoing training of our employees continuously feeds this marine pipeline. So we start from the cadets, as I indicated earlier, and you work your way up to officers, vessel traffic services is included, marine ratings, and then terminal operations. These are just some of our statistics. So there you can see on the gender analysis, 50% in our harbour master departments, and then deputy harbour masters, we have 6 females and 3 males. Marine operations managers as well, 3 females. And then tug masters, we've got 26 females throughout our port system. And then pilots, we've got 32 female pilots across our port system. So that ranges from the port of Saldanha around the coast to the port of Richards Bay. Then I just wanted to end off with saying as well that TNPA is continuously taking steps to amplify the meaningful participation of women in the maritime sector through empowering, recognizing, and appointing more women in strategic positions, thereby creating a more inclusive and safer environment. We even have our GCE at Transnet, who's a female, our acting CE is a female, and then, as I've indicated, a number of women in the port management as well, as port managers. So I think, yeah, that is in the words of our acting CE as well. So I just wanted to add that the process that we use is from tug master. So you spend your time as a tug master, you develop into being a pilot, go up the pilotage ranking procedure from your first license up into an open license, and thereafter you're able to proceed into management, deputy harbour master, and harbour master. So thank you, that's all from me.
Thank you, Captain Gugu, Captain Vanya. Thank you so much. That's impressive. And actually, I think your success story can inspire and influence the other port authorities. Thank you. So now, I think I'm sad to say it, but we are with the final element of this marine adventure. You already met Yildiz from RightShip. He will actually make a presentation about right port feedback reporting and how can ports share information and solve ship-related problems after vessel departs. And then we will sail with the end of Congress. Thanks.
So, hello again. As mentioned, we went on a adventurous voyage. We started on the first day with the first presentation that a ship is coming to a port. And we have seen, actually, you can see much more than their IMO numbers or dimensions or their flag or class. Actually, there's a huge story behind that vessel. And you can see the manager's performances and everything, and get ready for any risk coming into your port. Not every vessel is going to bring you huge risks, but knowing one worth the taking precautions. And now on the second day, when the vessel was alongside, we discussed what would be the harbor masters or the port personnel's role be on the sustainability part, because we have been discussing on just-in-time arrival, which consists of manager, AI, and all these factors to plan the arrival just in time to improve efficiency. And we have seen shore powers. We have discussed about the alternative fuels, but these are all coming from different stakeholders. But coming back to basics, what my operations, how my operations can impact the sustainability and how we can help on decarbonization by reducing anchorage time or reducing the maneuvering speed or which terminal or berth that we put the shore power. Now we came to the last stage here. Now the vessel came in, we did our risk assessment already. We have taken our precautions. Everything went well. We have monitored the emissions, what they caused in our port, that we have taken our lessons. Now vessel is departing our port. But despite all the precautions, some minor issues we had in the port. Now, I'll just skip this part. Feedback reporting, I would like to talk about. Feedback reporting has been used by RightShip within the due diligence system and the vetting system last 10, 15 years, we already have in the system about 50,000 feedback reports, mostly from West Australian ports. It's a part of our due diligence system to monitor and follow up the vessel's performance while they were alongside. We have seen this triangle, various versions, and we have seen they presented a very nice version of it. So looking at this graph, unsafe conditions and unsafe acts, 300,000 of them leads to one fatality. We can see different numbers here, but okay, we have big ports here which has 10,000, 20,000 port calls in a year. Do we need to wait for 300,000 statistics to come up? And how we collect that data? So it would take ages, centuries for a port to realize there's a problem, to take an action on it. Now, feedback reporting system is embedded in the right port. It allows ports or terminals to share the vessel performance feedback across other ports or just for themselves. It's completely confidential. It's not shared with anyone except for ships managers, which I will describe later. I'll show you some examples. Now, this is a very good example we've been discussing with pilots in different congresses and today as well. Now, there are systems for reporting. We know pilot transfer arrangements is a big issue. And we hear it a lot, and every country wants to solve it. But I ask the question usually, if a vessel goes to UK and they have a problem with the pilot ladder, it is being reported by UK tool. It's an app that every pilot must have. It's being reported. But vessel departs a UK port and goes to Rotterdam. Rotterdam has another tool. They have to report that deficiency. And then vessel departs and goes to Australia, and that same pilot ladder is being reported again by Australians. But unfortunately, none of them can see it because they're all within that country. So we report things, but it's not helping solve the problem. So this is just one aspect on the pilot ladder. There can be other operational issues like delays in ballasting, which causes disruption in our port, or unsafe acts, or lack of proper bridge team management. These are all warnings for the port operations, for the people in the port. So what we can do, if we just create an environment where you share that information, it is stored on the vessel's IMO number. One thing, if you like it to be followed up, and you don't have sufficient people, now Tanger Med is dealing with 16,000, 17,000 calls. Do you have sufficient people to follow that up with each ship owner and manager? Have you repaired this? Did you fix the gangway? Is it gonna fit my jetty now? What did you do with the second officer's language skills? It's impossible. So, sorry. Yeah, either you just hope that the issue is resolved next time or it doesn't cause trouble. But feedback reporting gives us, apart from following these issues with the managers, we have a marine expertise team which takes that immediately, which I'll show you shortly. If you want it to be followed up with the manager, we just say, okay, Tanger Med reported this issue on your vessel. So please give us your investigation report, what you're gonna do about it, how you're gonna solve it, and what is your preventive action plan for your whole fleet, not only on that vessel. That's one side, it's being followed up. But then it gives an interesting insight on what is going wrong with that vessel or in my terminal. Now, this is across about 48,000 feedback reports we collected. You see the highest number there at the bottom, mooring. That was the hottest topic. So it doesn't mean it's equipment or the crew skills, but that's the title. Mooring was the most negative feedback we have received. And interestingly, we have seen some terminals, it was in Australia, reporting repeatedly mooring negative feedbacks. And when we investigated, we found out actually the problem was not with the vessels, but it was with the terminals' preparedness, and their mooring study was it was a bit outdated. So it can give you an insight on what's going on, what is wrong with your ship-shore interface. Now, just a few examples here. These are actual mooring, actual feedback reports. I've just taken the screenshots last week. Like you can see the vessel, I've just hidden the IMO numbers and the vessel name. You can see that's a 176,000 ton vessel. Ship mooring lines, equipment and crew handling skills. You can see an explanation there. During berthing, crew had to rerun and stern lines, etc., giving the description. And unsatisfactory, requires right ship to investigate. So from that stage, we take this, quote it, and get back to managers and tell them, okay, this is what we have heard, what you're going to do about this. And because our system consists of vetting, screening on commercial purposes, this can actually put a hold on the vessel for the next employment until the issues are solved. Another sample is vessel ballast or deballast operation performance, delaying in the ballasting. Because if you are planning your vessel's traffic with the tidal window, if you got an ROB, too much ROB, that the draft is restricted, or you have delayed 2 hours, 3 hours, that means you missed that tidal window, that berth is going to be occupied for another 12 hours, and the vessel waiting at the anchorage is going to wait an additional 12 hours. And this is another example. And crane condition, operational performance, these are actual examples from last week. Or tanker terminal report, cargo manifold arrangements. So it can be tailored, anything can be put in there, but anything related to ship-shore interface which causes a danger to your operations or causes a delay to your operations can be reported and can be followed up with the managers. So what happens? No, let's say you gave that report and said, all right, this is what's wrong about the vessel. Do we just punish these guys or put a red tape on the vessel? No, what we do is we get back to managers, as I said, we follow it up. Sometimes it takes a few days, sometimes it takes months, sometimes they don't respond. We have seen those cases as well, but once the investigation is done by our operations team, we provide you with a brief summary, and you can read there. The summarized report, root cause was clear crew negligence in monitoring the mooring lines and the gangway position. And these were the corrective actions. These were the preventive actions. Attached all the company documents. And we say, yes, as right chef, we are satisfied with the report. Would you like us to close it, or would you like us to investigate further? As report submitter, you can say, okay, close, but it is going to be in the system. So you can, if the vessel is coming back again 2 years later, or if you want to share this report with another terminal, let's say a container terminal which has 20, 30 terminals worldwide, you can have a record of this vessel. If nothing went wrong, you just click on satisfactory on everything, and it keeps it in the system. So if it is coming for the first time, you can see the performance of the vessel. Was there any negative feedback? These are not regulatory non-compliances, just operational issues or near misses being reported. So you won't find it with a port state control, or unless there is an incident, you won't see that record. But you have another visibility, and you have the power to follow it up even after vessel leaves your port. So that gives you the great advantage. And it will give you scoring as well. On this example, there were 152 feedback reports for that vessel. Gray ones are not seen or not observed, that we don't know. But you can see ballast operations fully green, never get any negative response on that, and all the categories. If you see any red, it will indicate that we got some negative response on these from any terminal. And this is, just to summarize everything, that gives you a bit more control over the vessel, even after vessel departs your port. And it enables you, once everyone starts submitting reports, it enables you to share this with other terminals or ports. If you like to assign certain port or terminal groups, it can be done. You want to keep it confidential, it can just remain confidential for you, and anything is possible, and it is being stored within the RightShip cloud. And so we have discussed with Gary, so we are delighted to offer, actually before this Congress, we did some development work in the platform. Normally, feedback reporting is a part of RightPort Risk Solutions, which provides you the pre-arrival risk assessment, and then after vessel departs, you fill up this form. But we set up a new structure that if you are interested in sharing vessel feedback reports on operational or near misses, anything, as IHMA member port, please contact Gary. We would like to create a pool of database where member ports, if you wish, can share or just keep it for yourself, totally up to you, a database where it's going to be actually followed up by RightShip. It doesn't involve any cost. And hopefully, as stressed repeatedly, collaboration, collaboration, collaboration. For the next Congress, we can have another presentation in 2 years and show you some statistics, what kind of troubles we are facing, what you have been reporting, and what can we learn more from each other. And as I showed the triangle, 300,000 near misses, well, maybe we will get that number. We get 100,000 reports in 2 years' time, and then we can have some real good statistics and insights to make these voyages much more safer. So that's all from my end, and thank you very much for the opportunity and listening to me.
Thank you. It seems actually to be beneficial tool and functionality, especially for harbor masters. So to summarize, I think by investing and promoting training and development, we can empower our harbor masters and port officers to become the architects of safe, efficient, sustainable port operations for the future to come. Finally, I think the vessel is ready to sail, but before I will call her master, Captain Gary, to say a few words. Thank you.
Me again. No, so all we're going to do first of all is I've really got a new strategy now. Don't present the speaker's gifts until the end because everybody stays. So it's really brilliant to see so many people still here. So actually, and we'll do it very quickly. My assistant is going to help me. Renee, please come and collect your gift. Captain Mohammed, yes. Tony Van Dam. Andrea. Dave Watkins is over there. Carita, please. Has Mr. Coffee left? I think he has. Yeah. Lisa. Nancy. Melembe and Miranda. Hisham, of course, who's done an excellent job this afternoon. Yosh, Captain Rafouk, thank you. Vanya and Gugu. I don't know, I'm going to check how many we've got left. We might be down to ties. And Mike, thank you very much. Okay, yeah, it's a bit of a what we're going to do now, everybody, while that prize-giving presentation is going on, is it's time to wrap up. So if I can ask the President of the International Harbour Masters to come up, and also Captain Kamal as the host port chairman, and we will I will carry on wrapping up.
Yeah, we forgot to put the lessons as to how to prepare the tea in with each box. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, delegates, harbour masters, marine professionals, commercial members, pilots. It has been a fantastic 3 days. I'm not too sure if you can be exhausted and energized at the same time, but I'm sure that I feel that way, and hopefully many more do as well. So just to wrap up, we've had a fantastic 3 days. We have had some all superb presentations with a wealth of global knowledge brought together under one roof. From Rotterdam to Richards Bay, from Dublin to Bahrain, from Ghana to Halifax, and Tanger Med, of course, as the host port. We have had a worldwide representation, and it is our objective to grow that representation to be even wider. Every time we have a Congress, we say, that was a great Congress, and we pat ourselves on the back, and usually we leave with more friends and colleagues than we started with. I can honestly say I think that this has been a great Congress, and I can truthfully say I will leave with more friends and contacts that I had before I came, and certainly more knowledge, which is really the basis of why we're here, is to exchange that knowledge and to ensure that when we go back to our teams and our ports pay for us to come here. They want value for money. The value for money is what you can bring back, what you can implement, the types of systems and services and connections that actually help that port develop in a safer way. But ports are businesses, and I think we must certainly consider that as well on our aspect as we return. Of course, our mantra is safe, sustainable, and secure. But a safe, sustainable, and secure port is also a very strong and robust business. And strong and robust businesses survive, and those that aren't, don't. We've seen that. So it is imperative, I think, that harbour masters, as the custodians of safety and efficiency in your port, your one primary goal is the safe and efficient movement of vessels and the protection of that environment. So, provided we are sticking to that and we are taking the best knowledge and expertise to do it, then I think we've done very, very well. What we've had here is a global network of collaboration between colleagues and friends. I think we have helped to move the dial a little bit today and over the last 3 days, and we've helped to shape the maritime future to be sustainable, commercially successful, diverse, and with inclusive working with our experts, our technologies, our friends, our other harbour masters and colleagues. So for me, tonight isn't the end. We have a little bit more to do later on when we celebrate 3 days with a gala dinner. I will hand over to Captain Kamal for a few words, and after that, I think we'll probably not surprise you at this stage with the next venues, but we will certainly give you a flavour.
So, thank you very much, Captain Paul. Thank you very much for the International Harbour Master for your recognitions and for your accepting that Tanger Med will host this big event. So it's very sad. It's also from our heart. It's hard for us to see you go from Tanger Med ports. These 3 days really is interesting days for us, as we have learned a lot of things from the experts, from the participants, and we are happy to host these events. So our harbor masters and all harbor masters in the world, we play a crucial role in the world for the port's activity and for the issues and the challenges that we will face in the future, and particularly the environment and the sustainability of the ports. So I hope that we'll see you in this dinner gala in the center of the palace of Moulay Hafid in this beautiful city. And thank you very much, and I say goodbye for the future International Harbour Master Congress.
Sabrina would tell you that harbour masters are no good at planning. Absolutely no good at planning, because everybody booked in the last 2 weeks or maybe 3 weeks. However, one thing that ports are good at is planning, and for the first time ever, we are able to give you visibility of where IHMA will be for the next 2 years. Obviously, 2026 will be, again, another marquee year for a global conference. And that will be in Rotterdam, and Renee will come in a minute and tell us about that. 2025, we also have a date, and that is for Belfast. So 2 fantastic historic ports, and ports that have unbelievable legacies, stories, but are also modern and cutting edge. And I think certainly as we look ahead, it's fantastic to be able to forecast where IHMA is going to be for the next 2 years. And we have no shortage of host ports that are welcoming everybody that's in this room today to their ports into the future. So first, Kevin.
As Paul was saying, we're very lucky to be able to announce, I'm going to say probably what we're going to do for the next 2 years. And we had been saying earlier on to the AGM that we were trying to do something different. So in the past, we've done a European Harbour Masters Conference in between each of the international ones. So we're doing it with a slightly different style this time, and we're going to announce it, and we're going to put a little bit of, hopefully, impetus in behind it to try and keep the family together without it being every 2 years. So it's not a European conference, but it will be in Europe. So anybody that wants to come to it is more than welcome. And we'll see how we get on. So I think we've got a promotional video for Belfast, so forget us being self-indulgent and telling you how good we are. We may not be as big as Rotterdam, but we will be just as proud to show off. So Sabrina, if you want to play the first video. see from that video, we're a very diverse port. We have office infrastructure, we have a hotel, we have a multi-story car park, and I think we're probably the only port authority in the world that owns a film studio. So I would like to think that we can hopefully bring something slightly different, and we can decide on the themes of how we're going to do the Congress in 2025. The dates for it I can't confirm, but I can give you an indication. I would like to think it would be similar time to what this would be, which would be the 21st to the 23rd of May, or it may be the later week, which would be the 28th to the 30th, but no doubt in the next few weeks we'll be able to confirm that. So that's the port being self-indulgent. Now the city's delighted to support this event as well. So Visit Belfast, who are part of a convention support team, they've also provided me with a little snippet. So that'll give you more a flavour of the city. We're a convention centre, we're very popular. It's a fantastic place to come and visit. So hopefully if that presentation's ready, we'll play it as well. It's only a couple of minutes and I don't think there's any audio to it, so. No, unfortunately not, and I've had a look at this and I can't talk quick enough to give you a flavour of it either. I mean, there is a slide at the end of it, which is probably the most important one, which is we are a very, very social city. You know, there you go. So, I mean, that's why you want to come. You know, it's to sit down and have the fun afterwards. And we've no shortage of places to stay in. The AC Marriott is the hotel that's owned by Belfast Harbour, and it sits just across from the Harbour office. So again, it's a fantastic city to come and visit. And you will see different things when you're there, certainly from a port perspective, in the sense that we're probably one of the only ports that have turned around and said, right, okay, we're going to enhance placemaking. Well, not the only port, but we've invested about £3 million in a garden, and it's absolutely easy to get to, with 3 airports and 37 direct flights from all over the UK and near Europe. So delighted that you took the time to listen, and I'd be even more delighted if you take the time to come. Thank you.
Well, it isn't. It was a rumor for the last couple of days, but now it's a fact. I'd like to invite you all to Rotterdam in 2026, that is in 2 years from now. You are more than welcome. Although, on the other hand, I think it's very difficult because our colleagues from Tanger did an extreme good job, and Kevin will prepare himself for doing even better. So we have to do it even better than Kevin in Belfast, but we will do our utmost. My colleague Ingrid is already involved in the organization, and of course with all the colleagues in my department, we will do our utmost to make it a very successful Congress. Rotterdam is easily accessible by ship, but the Netherlands are very accessible by plane. And I see here a guy from Belfast, yes, direct flight from Belfast, from Cork, from Felixstowe, from Tanger, from Cape Town, from Dubai. Well, almost everyone here in the audience can have a direct flight to Rotterdam. We will guarantee you a very good Congress. We will give the opportunity to do a boat tour to the port, to visit our VTS center, to visit the Harbour Coordination Center, and all the other interesting that Rotterdam has to offer. The bars, for instance, and all the other restaurants. So please come to Rotterdam in 2 years. And I think we also have a video. Someone from the techniquers? music and sound available in this movie? Not for sure. We are better with ships.
Well, that wasn't too bad, was it? One technical glitch right at the end. No, that was brilliant. That's it. I'd just like to say 19:30 this evening for the buses to leave for the gala dinner from the hotels. And for the port tour tomorrow, we've got something like 61 people signed up. The buses will leave at 0900. And we will be hoping to get people back into Tangier by 1300. Thank you very much, everybody. It's been fantastic. That's it. Thank you.